Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. Par ton bras s'est porté le pays, il s'est porté la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
I'm just trying to compare it to last week, so that was pretty good. That was pretty darn good. Maybe not as good as the pages, but pretty darn good. Qu'on ouvre les portes, let's open the doors. Really?
Yes, sir.
Statements by members. The Honourable Member for Richmond Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to share my congratulations to all the graduates of 2024, especially those in my riding of Richmond Centre. To graduate of J.M. Burnett, Richmond High, Hugh Boyd, and Stevenson Linden Secondaries, as well as graduate from PCIT, Trinity Western University, and Kwantlen Polytechnic University. Let this hard work and important milestone be the start of your journey to explore a world full of potential. I would like to thank all the parents, family members, and education professionals who played an important role in supporting our graduates in their path of dreams. Graduation marks the culmination of years of dedication and perseverance. It signifies the beginning of a new chapter filled with indefinite prospects. To the 2024 graduate class, congratulations. I wish every graduate all the best in their future achievements and look forward to celebrating their continued success. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Dineste, Miss Nippy, Churchill River.
Speaker, it is an honor today to rise and recognize Nikki Enns, an accomplished athlete who grew up in my hometown of Meadow Lake. As a young person, Nikki was a provincial champion track athlete, a lifeguard at a local swimming pool, and amazingly rode across Canada on her bike in 32 days. In 2014, just after starting her career as a nurse, a motor vehicle accident left Nikki confined to a wheelchair. Her positive attitude and resilient spirit have allowed her to become a role model that we can all be inspired by. She recently qualified for the Paris Paralympic Games by winning gold in the 50-meter backstroke at the Canadian Trials in Toronto. This will be Nikki's second Paralympics. In the 2020 Games in Tokyo, she set personal bests in all of her races. Nikki has always appreciated the tremendous support of her family, and I know her parents, Rod and Monica, will be in the stands in Paris supporting her. Mr. Speaker, together with the whole community of Meadow Lake, I ask that this House join me today in cheering on Nikki Enns.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, you wouldn't be surprised to know they did it again, Mr. Speaker. Remember back in 2015 when the Conservative Party actually voted against the 1% wealthiest being taxed a little bit more, Mr. Speaker?
I remember that.
Well, they did it again yesterday. Yesterday, the Conservative Party, or should I say the Reform Party, Mr. Speaker, voted no against the capital gains tax.
Wow,
Mr. Speaker, what do they have against fairness? What is it that the Conservative Party is more in favor of supporting the lobbyists as opposed to Canada's middle class and those individuals that need to get the support from government? Why is it that the Liberal Party, on the one hand, demonstrates a caring, compassionate attitude, and the Conservatives consistently talk about cuts, and they don't understand the word fairness, Mr. Speaker?
Hear, hear.
Shame on them.
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle.
Order. Order. SO 31, statements by members. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Mr. Speaker, capable of anticipation, having an accurate intuition of the future. That is how the Petit Robert Dictionary defines the word visionary. Frédéric Brouet, Mayor of Sainte-Agathe-des-Monts, was named in April Municipal Visionary by the Federation of Canadian Municipalities. Under his leadership, the town of Sainte-Agathe is being transformed at lightning speed. He has extensive experience in municipal public service. Frédéric Brouet, with all that experience, entered the mayoral race with the value of teamwork and cooperation, which is so essential to success. He's an action-oriented mayor, fighting for more housing, for investment in green infrastructure, and for public transport in the region. He is appreciated by his peers, and today I am very proud to pay tribute to him. I commend him on his dedication to the people of Sainte-Agathe-des-Monts.
L'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Nickel Belt.
Speaker, in June 1984, a seismic event struck northeastern Ontario, leading to the devastating collapse of Falconbridge Mine in my riding of Nickel Belt. The tragedy claimed the lives of 4 miners, members of the mine mill Local 598. We remember Solo Carpella, Richard Chagny, Daniel Lavallée, Wayne Saint-Michel. This June 20th marks the 40th anniversary of the first Workers' Memorial Day to honor these brave people. Ce mémorial rend hommage à tous les travailleurs décédés.
The memorial has evolved to pay tribute to all workers who have died, fallen ill, or been injured. The aim is to achieve a future without such tragedies, a future in which everyone can return home injury-free and safe, regardless of the industry in which they work. On this 40th annual Mine, Mill and Smelters Workers' Memorial Day, let us remember the past and let us work towards a safer future. Thank you.
L'honorable député de Bellechasse.
The Honourable Member for Bellechasse, Les Etchemins-Lévis. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is with great pleasure that I rise to mark 3 important anniversaries in 2024. The 175th anniversary of the municipality of Saint-Lazare, the 200th anniversary of Sainte-Claire, and the 275th anniversary of the founding of Saint-Charles. These 3 municipalities in the Bellechasse Regional County Municipality are among the oldest in my riding, and they have a rich and remarkable history. The sons and daughters of these 3 villages cleared the land, settled the land, built farms, they built schools, convents, they built businesses, the businesses whose renown extends beyond our borders, such as Versat Profil, Prévost, and Du Breton. Some have made their mark in show business, such as Marthe Laverdière and Noémie O'Farrell. Others have made their mark in professional sports, such as Christian Laflamme, Mr. Speaker. Over the course of the summer, thousands of former residents of these villages who live elsewhere will gather in their places of origin for a great reunion. As part of the festivities, each of the municipalities will be holding activities to suit all tastes. Happy birthday to these 3 municipalities and happy celebrations.
The Honourable Member for Brampton South.
Mr. Speaker, dental care is an essential part of our health, and this government is taking important steps to support Canadians. As of today, over 2 million Canadians have successfully signed up for the Canadian Dental Care Plan. Just within the first weeks, this program helped over 150,000 seniors to get dental care. Mr. Speaker, our pharmacare plan will also ensure Canadians can live healthy lives. Years of advocacy for people with diabetes resulted in this government tabling the National Framework for Diabetes in 2022. Earlier this year, we built on this progress by tabling the national pharmacare legislation that includes coverage for diabetes medications. Mr. Speaker, 1 of 5 people in Brampton are diabetic or pre-diabetic. And this legislation is not only going to help Canadians live with diabetes medication or healthy lives, but make it more affordable. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Alfred Pellan. Mr. Speaker, today I would like to congratulate the Muslim community on the approach of Eid al-Adha. This sacred celebration, marked by sacrifice and generosity, reminds us of the values of sharing and solidarity. As a proud representative of Alfred Pellan, I have the privilege of living alongside the large North African community that enriches our constituency. Their contributions, marked by solidarity, hospitality, and joie de vivre, are a true source of pride. At this time of celebration, I wish all the Muslims of Alfred Pélan and of Canada a joyous and blessed holiday. May this celebration be filled with peace, happiness, and prosperity. I encourage this House and all Canadians to join me in recognizing and celebrating the richness that cultural and religious diversity brings to our country. Eid Mubarak to all.
The honourable member for Sturgeon River Parkland.
Mr. Speaker, there are new developments in the hunt for Red-Handed Randy. The minister and the Liberals have refused to reveal the true identity of Randy, but they have plenty of theories to try and distract Canadians. They claim that there could be multiple Randys, or no Randys at all, or maybe his name is really Randeep. Who are these Liberals trying to fool? Leaked text messages from the minister's business partner, Stephen Anderson, revealed the existence of Red-Handed Randy, a public official and powerful partner who demanded $500,000 in payments. The Minister of Employment is a 50% shareholder in Global Health Imports, a company mired in numerous cases of fraud, including from the time that the minister was actively involved. He even shares a name with Red-Handed Randy. Canadians want to know, if the Randy involved is not this Liberal minister, then who is Randy? And no matter how much these Liberals try and cover this up, they cannot avoid this simple question. Who is Randy? Why are they working so hard to protect Red-Handed Randy and his fraudulent company? Is it because there is no other Randy?
The honourable member for Saint-Léonard-Saint-Michel.
I'm proud to say that over 62% of dental care providers in the province of Quebec are now registered to participate in the Canadian Dental Care Plan. C'est plus de 200.
That's over 150,000 seniors who have already received care thanks to this plan. And with over 694,000 Quebecers enrolled and approved, we can expect this figure to continue to rise.
Nous pouvons être très fiers.
We can be very proud of supporting our seniors. Many of them have never had access to the care that they need. Many of them have told us how relieved and happy they are at finally being able to access this essential health care.
The Conservatives and the Bloc, Mr. Speaker, voted against it. Now the Conservatives are trying to pretend that it doesn't exist, to avoid having to explain and admit that they would cut it. And the Bloc completely ignores it. But, Mr. Speaker, the program is working, and it's improving the lives of Canadians. Let's keep up the great work.
The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Well, another day, another scandal. What's new after 9 years of this Liberal NDP government? On Monday, Parliament passed a motion calling on the government and the Auditor General to hand over all documents related to the Prime Minister's Green Slush Fund to the RCMP. Not surprisingly, every Liberal, including the Prime Minister, voted against our motion to give the RCMP the information they need to investigate potential criminality and expose just how deep the rot is. What's known is that Liberals insiders grease their palms with millions from taxpayers, yet here we are again, another attempted cover-up by the Prime Minister and his caucus. It's shameful, and it's no wonder the Liberals want to cover this one up. $123 million worth of contracts were given out inappropriately. 90 cases did not follow conflict of interest policies, and $76 million was spent on projects connected to Liberal friends. The Liberals are not fighting for fairness for all. If this was true, why are they lining the pockets of their friends while everyday Canadians continue to struggle?
The honourable member for Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley.
The finance minister is scrambling to bring in yet another tax hike to pay for uncontrolled inflationary spending. After 9 years of this NDP Liberal government, they are not worth the cost of falling standards of living. As a result of Liberal economic vandalism, capital has been driven out of Canada and Canadians are worse off. They just don't get it. Taxing farmers drives up food costs. Taxing doctors means it's harder to find one. Taxing home builders means fewer homes get built, and taxing small businesses means fewer paychecks. To strive, to seek, to find, and not to yield, said Lord Tennyson. Well, common sense Conservatives will unlock the potential of our strivers, inventors, builders, entrepreneurs, and workers. We will restore the promise of Canada, where hard work earns powerful paychecks and pensions to buy affordable gas, food, and homes in safe neighborhoods. Now, let's bring it home.
That's right. The honourable member for Fredericton.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to raise awareness about the dire human rights situation in Iran. While the world's eyes were on Iran following the murder of Mahsa Amini, we must not stop fighting for justice and accountability to support the Women Life Freedom movement. The flagrant human rights violations occurring in Iran are extremely concerning to me and to the Iranian community in my riding of Fredericton-Oromocto. I have heard from constituents that the situation is only getting worse, especially for women, girls, and gender minorities. Far too many Iranian women are being subjected to the use of lethal force, torture, and sexual assault only because they are daring to stand up for freedom and autonomy. According to a recent UN report, the Iranian regime has cracked down even further on women and girls since Mahsa Amini's death. Penalties have become heftier, state-sanctioned surveillance and intimidation have been amplified, gender segregation is expanding into public spaces. Authorities have threatened to deprive women of education and health care if they do not comply. This is a blatant violation of human rights. As Canadians, we pride ourselves in upholding democracy, gender equality, and the rule of law. We must ensure that these values are not only upheld here or at home, but across.
Just want to remind folks, statements by members, that we try to allow them to get their clips so that they can get them on Facebook and all that fun stuff to make sure that we don't interrupt them as we go along. The Honourable Member for North Island, Powell River.
Today is an important day, one where Parliament will finally have a report that lays out the issues of women veterans. This matters because it is the first of its kind. Over a year ago, when I put forward a motion to study women veterans with my friend from the Bloc Québécois adding a section on MST, I found out there had never been a study focused solely on women veterans before. 23 sessions later, today that report will be tabled and the women veterans will be seen. I hope this place is listening to the women who served us, who spoke repeatedly about being made invisible. The recommendation set a baseline that women veterans will be watching closely. This place needs to move forward with action. I want to thank every witness who came forward. I want to thank every person who wrote to the committee. I want to acknowledge the dedication and solidarity of the women who came to stand with one another. Your strength and dignity has made me a better parliamentarian.
Bravo!
The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Mr. Speaker, I am proud to mark the 40th anniversary of the Maison d'Hébergement d'Épannage de Valleyfield. It's a shelter in my riding. 40 years ago, some great community builders made the choice to help people experiencing homelessness and in crisis. One of the great builders of the shelter is Émile Duhamel, whose contributions were invaluable. I say invaluable because he devoted his life to improving the lives of others, especially the lives of those forgotten by society.
Attention, hey. L'honorable député de Salaberry-sur-Roi peut recommencer.
The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi can start again from the beginning. Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to mark the 40th anniversary of the Maison d'Hébergement d'Épannage de Valleyfield, a shelter in my riding. 40 years ago, some great community builders made the decision to help people experiencing homelessness and in crisis. One of the great builders of the MHDV shelter is Émile Duhamel, whose contributions were invaluable. Now I say invaluable because he devoted his life to improving the lives of others, especially the lives of those forgotten by society. From the very beginning and through the past 40 years, his involvement has been unwavering. Above all, he has contributed to the expansion of services beyond the shelter, such as an emergency shelter, many other shelters and centers. He's also participated in significant projects, such as a warm-up spot during the winter. And what's the key to the shelter's success? Their skilled team, which is firmly convinced that every human being is worthy of respect, consideration, and dignity. There's so much solidarity there, and it's more necessary than ever. I hope the shelter will continue to thrive for another 40 years.
Mr. Speaker, after 9 years, this NDP Liberal government just isn't worth the cost of food. And with food prices out of control, it's bewildering that Liberals choose to attack the farmers and ranchers who grow and raise Canadian food. First, they impose a costly carbon tax, causing a food price crisis. Then they threaten fertilizer reduction mandates. And now they are hiking taxes on farmers. This latest tax hike is an attack on Canadian farm families and their ability to keep producing food, something that will inevitably drive costs up. And it will be wealthy hedge funds and foreign investors that benefit from this policy because they'll buy up our farmland and food processing. The Liberals are driving farmers and ranchers out of business. But I'm being asked by these folks whether this is calculated policy or pure and simple economic stupidity. Either way, Canadians and Canadian farmers deserve better. Common sense Conservatives have a plan that will bring together everyday Canadians to bring home a tax system that actually lowers taxes. Mr. Speaker, that's just common sense. Let's bring it home.
The honourable member for Surrey Newton.
Speaker, this past weekend at Princess Margaret Secondary School, I attended the 6th annual ceremonial review of the 278 Cormorant Royal Canadian Air Cadet Squadron, led by Commanding Officer Captain Amar Tiwana and Chair of the Sponsoring Committee, Simar Pavla. The ACR is a significant event for young cadets, showcasing the skills and achievements acquired throughout the past year. These cadets are learning valuable skills such as leadership and teamwork, which will have a positive, lifelong impact. Please join me in congratulating and thanking the 278 Cormorant Royal Canadian Air Cadet Squadron, including their parents and volunteers, the Wally, Leeson, and all sporting businesses for their dedication, service to this community, which makes Surrey Newton and all of Canada a better place for all of us.
Just a quick reminder to honourable members not to acknowledge people, of course, that are visiting. We're happy they could come and visit us today, but the rules state that we're not supposed to acknowledge them. It happened on 3 different occasions during SO31s today, so I just want to remind honourable members of that. Oral questions, question orale, the honourable leader of the official opposition.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Bloc voted in favor of another tax increase by the Liberals to take money from Quebecers and give it to the centralizing government of this Prime Minister. And the Prime Minister thanked them literally after the vote with a thumbs up. Is that the Liberal Bloc coalition? Less money for Quebec home builders, less money for Quebec entrepreneurs, less for doctors and entrepreneurs, and more for the federal Liberal colossal government. The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, our government understands the importance of fairness. We understand that a teacher should not pay higher taxes than a multimillionaire. We also understand that our decision will give $3 billion to the province of Quebec, additional money that the province can use to invest in health care. But the Conservatives don't like health care. They don't like investments by the government.
Leader of the official opposition.
Mr. Speaker, this tax increase supported by the Bloc takes money away from doctors, forcing Quebec doctors to move elsewhere. The regions of Quebec will have fewer doctors during a cost of living crisis. The Bloc has voted to tax farmers more. The Bloc has voted for a tax on home builders. How is it that the Bloc and the Liberals want to tax Quebecers more to give more money to a big centralizing government in Ottawa? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, Quebecers understand the importance of fairness. They understand that it is very important for a nurse to not pay higher taxes than the ultra-rich. They also understand that we need revenue to invest in healthcare, in daycares, and the province of Quebec needs that revenue as well. That is why the province has decided to do the same thing we are doing federally.
Bravo. Le chef de l'opposition.
9 years ago, the Prime Minister promised that taxing and spending more would make everything fair. Since then, Canada's had the worst growth in the G7, the worst in Canada's history since the Great Depression. Housing costs have doubled, rising faster than any other G7 country. So 76% of youth believe they'll never be able to afford a home. 1 in 10 people are at eating at food banks in Toronto, where there are 256 homeless encampments. Haven't the Liberals learned that taxing away doctors, taxing away home builders, taxing away the entrepreneurs who make paychecks is economic wackoness?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we all certainly learned something yesterday. After 8 weeks of dithering and evasion, we learned which side the Conservatives are on. They had a chance to be very clear and say a teacher or a welder should not pay tax at a higher rate than a multimillionaire. But they just couldn't help themselves. At the end of the day, the Conservatives are always on the side of those at the very top and always against working people. That's what we saw yesterday.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the member mentions welders. Welders start businesses. Among the 300,000 small businesses that are targeted by this tax, according to the minister's own published documents. So those welders will pay a 66% tax on their investments, the same welders that build the homes that we're going to need.
Order. I'm having trouble hearing the question. I'm having trouble hearing the answer. So I'm going to ask honourable members to allow the questions and answers to happen. From the top, the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the member mentions welders. Welders incorporate. They start small businesses, welding businesses that build things, welding products that go into apartment complexes in which people live. So when the member taxes the small businesses that help us build the housing, she not only kills jobs for those welders, she actually kills housing when we are in a housing shortage. How could the minister possibly think it's a good idea to tax home building in a housing crisis and farmers in a food crisis?
I'm going to ask for the quiet in return. The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, well, for one thing, the Conservative leader should get his facts straight. Of course, what we are talking about is a 2/3 inclusion rate, not a 2/3 tax rate. But he never bothers to actually get his numbers straight. What he also doesn't bother to do is to actually stand on the side of working people. He has been faking his support for workers, but yesterday workers learned where he really stands, and that is not with them.
That's right. That's for sure.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, taxing farmers during a food crisis, taxing home builders during a housing crisis, taxing away doctors during a healthcare crisis, and taxing small businesses during an economic growth crisis is economic vandalism. And nothing less, Mr. Speaker. That is precisely why this minister has given us the worst growth in the G7, the worst growth for the next 40 years projected for the OECD, and 256 homeless encampments in her hometown. Isn't that the predictable result of her disastrous policies?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, do you know what the average income in Ottawa Carleton is? Because I do. it is $58,400. The average person in Ottawa, Carleton, could only dream of earning $250,000 in a given year. But the Conservative leader thinks his average constituent should pay tax on their hard-earned salary at a higher rate than someone who is earning more than $250,000 in capital gains alone. Whose side is he really on?
The Honourable Member for La Prairie. The road to hell is paved with good intentions. The Liberals want to tax the capital gains of the rich, but their simplistic definition of who the rich are catches Quebecers like small investors and individual entrepreneurs. The Bloc Québécois will propose amendments to correct this. For example, to offer homeowners who are not real estate speculators access to a higher one-time exemption rather than the annual exemption of $250,000. Will the government commit to working with us to avoid raising taxes on the assets of Quebecers who are not ultra-rich? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. Thank you for the question. Mr. Speaker, I would like to begin by thanking the Bloc for their vote yesterday for tax fairness. They understand, like Quebecers understand, the importance of solidarity, social solidarity, the importance of fairness. They understand that a teacher should not pay higher taxes than the ultra-rich. It's very unfortunate, but the Conservatives don't understand that. I'll wait for a little bit of silence. The Honourable Member for La Prairie. It's not complicated. Raising taxes on the ultra-rich? Yes. Raising taxes on the savings of the self-employed who have invested everything in triplex? No. These people have nothing to do with the real estate bubble. They have nothing to do with the difficulties of first-time buyers. Come on. Come on. Order, please. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. The Honourable Member for La Prairie can start the question again. It's not complicated. Raising taxes on the ultra-rich? Yes. Raising taxes on the savings of a self-employed person with no retirement fund who has invested everything in triplex? No. These people have nothing to do with the real estate bubble. They have nothing to do with the difficulties of first-time buyers. So the Liberals have a choice before them. Work intelligently with us or hurt Quebecers who aren't ultra-rich to score political points against the Conservatives. Will they make the right choice? It's Wednesday. The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, once again, thank you for the question. I want to highlight once again that we've made an important decision. The House has supported an important measure, a measure for fairness, a measure that will fund investments that are so important for Canada, important investments for Quebec. The province of Quebec will receive $3 billion thanks to this measure. I think healthcare will really benefit. The Honourable Member for Rosemont La Petite Patrie. Mr. Speaker, the housing crisis is everywhere. Seniors are sleeping in their cars. People aren't able to afford skyrocketing rents. A recent report tells us why. Affordable housing is disappearing at an alarming rate throughout the country. It's simple. There's little or none. The Liberals and the Conservatives have abandoned social and affordable housing. It wasn't profitable for their speculator friends, it seems, but people need a roof over their heads. What are those two old parties good for if they can't even guarantee a basic need, housing? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for his question. I'd like to remind him that there's a measure in the most recent budget, and it was highlighted by different stakeholders. We've put put $1.5 billion to take housing off the market, to ensure and reserve affordable housing off the market for people who need them. That's what we've done, and we'll work with all nonprofits, with municipalities, to increase the number of affordable and social housing units. Thank you.
Member for Port Moody, Coquitlam.
Tenants at Thorncliffe Park and across the country are rising up against corporate greed that is causing skyrocketing rents and resulting in evictions and rising homelessness. Renters cannot keep up with the costs of these unfair corporate practices, and the Liberals themselves are partners in making these rental units unaffordable. This is a violation of the human right to housing. Why is the Liberal government partnering in these exploitative practices and causing harm to Canadians?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. President, I want to thank my colleague for a question, and I want to say to her and to all Canadians that are watching that this government was the first government that made historic investment in housing. But not only that, we recognize the human right of a house. And we have, for the first time, named a commissioner to defend the right of tenants. And we'll continue to work with all provinces and municipalities to defend those rights.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
The Bloc is now condemning the same tax increase that they just voted in favor of. Mr. Speaker, it seems that they are changing their position.
That welders won't have to pay this tax. Only the 0.13% wealthiest. Well, all the economists contradict that. The fact that she has 300,000 businesses that she admits will be taxed and all of their owners will be taxed contradicts that as well. So there's one way we could solve this controversy. Will she commit to put in law that no one in the bottom 99.87% will pay any new taxes?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, a moment ago, the Leader of the Opposition already demonstrated his financial illiteracy. He does not understand how the capital gains inclusion rate works. But I want to offer him an opportunity to continue his economic education. Yesterday, the IMF published a report on the Canadian economy. The IMF commented on our capital gains move and said it makes the system more fair, and also said it will have no impact on investment or productivity. That's the IMF, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, I think we should just let's put aside the disagreement and even the debate on this, and let's come to a resolution here that will bring a lot of calm to the millions of Canadians who are worried about their taxes going up. The minister claims that only the 0.13% wealthiest Canadians will pay. So why not just enshrine that in law? Will she commit today to pass an amendment to her tax bill stating that no one whose income is in the bottom 99.87% will pay any new taxes at all?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I want to quote some interesting words that were stated in this House of Commons. Quote, "The monstrous increases in capital gains are making the rich vastly richer and creating a kind of aristocratic feudal economy." Do you know who said that, Mr. Speaker? The member for Carleton. We agree the current system is unfair. We are pushing against it. What made the member, after 8 weeks of dithering, change his mind?
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, we're simply asking the minister to put her words into law. Okay? So she's claimed that no one who earns less than the top 0.13% of income in the country will be affected. So once again, will she amend her bill to say that no one who is in the bottom 99.87% of income earners will pay any new tax increase whatsoever? Yes or no?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, let's review what we've learned so far in question period today. First, the leader of the official opposition doesn't even understand how the capital gains inclusion rate works.
Yes, that's right.
That's a problem. Second, the leader of the official opposition disavows his own words in this House about capital gains. But probably the most important thing is that the average income in Carleton is $58,400. Their MP is not on the side of working people earning that wage in his own.
That's bottom line.
That is shameful.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, I'm just quoting right now from her own budget speech, where she said, for 99.87% of Canadians, there will be no extra capital gains tax. Okay, she put it in her speech. So why won't she put it in the law?
Here, here. The Honourable Government House Leader. Order. I'll try it in French. Alors.
Order.
L'Honourable Leader.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
For about 20 years, this leader has been skulking around this place without really much contact with the outside world. In the 9 years that they've been over there, they voted against a child benefit, a dental plan, a prescription drug plan, a child care plan. Every time Canadians look to that person to stand up for their interests, for fairness in Canada, that guy takes a seat, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
I see they've pulled the Finance Minister off the ice. She can't answer a question. So she mentioned she won't guarantee in law that the bottom 99.87% of Canadians will pay nothing. So let's make it a little bit easier for her. She claimed that she doesn't want welders to have to pay more. Will she amend her bill to ensure that not a single welder anywhere in Canada will be forced to pay this tax increase? Yes or no?
The Honourable Minister.
The more I stand here, the longer question period takes. Yeah,
the Honourable Minister of Innovation.
We will take no lessons of these conservatives, Mr. Speaker. Generational fairness is key to Canadians, Mr. Speaker, and that's why in the last budget we presented measures, Mr. Speaker, measures to build this country, measures to invest in our economy, measures to invest in the middle class, measures to help Canadians, Mr. Speakers. And you know what? Our capital gains change will help Canadians. Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, can you believe they voted against tax fairness, Mr. Speaker? Against tax fairness, Mr. Speaker. On this side of the House, we will fight for Canadians and we will fight for the middle class.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Are they okay over there?
They're a little wacky.
I won't call them wacko, Mr. Speaker. That's unparliamentary. But I just have a very simple question. And this is for the Finance Minister if she's not still in hiding. Very simple question. She said she doesn't want welders to have to pay more. Will she put an amendment in her tax bill saying that not one single welder will face a tax increase?
Hey, quiet down. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Speaker, in any given year, 0.5% 0.13% of Canadians will pay a modest increase in their taxable gains. But I hear the leader across who has never seen a support for a single Canadian that he is prepared to vote for, talking about sidelining people. He sidelines that entire caucus in every single question period. We hear from him yawning and misinformation all the time, Mr. Speaker. Unchain the rest of the people over there.
Order, please. Order.
Finita.
Are we done? Are you done? Not done? All right. The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Mr. Speaker, La Presse described this morning the fiasco that is the CARM application by the Border Services Agency. CARM is like ArriveCan, an app with cost overruns reaching $300 million and counting. Just like with ArriveCan, the CBSA is also behind its development. Just like with ArriveCan, the Coradix firm, now suspended from public tenders, had a small contract in this. In short, a new app, same fiasco, same people in charge, same government. What is the minister doing to get the agency back in order? It's the Wild West there. The Honourable Minister of Public Safety. Mr. Speaker, we understand very well the concern of exporters and other Canadian businesses that deal with the Border Services Agency. That is why we have delayed an aspect of the implementation of the application. I'm fully aware of the concerns, and I will ensure the Border Services Agency proceeds in the right way. The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. The CARM application is like ArriveCan, a money pit. What's more, it's like Phoenix. It doesn't work. It's a total disaster. It's serious because it's supposed to collect customs duties at the Canada-US border. $3.5 billion flow across the border every day. Imagine the mess if the application doesn't work. That's why, back in March, the International Trade Committee was already asking the agency for documents, including their contingency plans. It's now June, and we've received nothing. Will the minister force the agency to provide the documents so that we can correct this fiasco? The Honourable Minister of Public Safety. Mr. Speaker, of course, I will ensure the agency provides the committee with all of the appropriate documents, the documents requested. I've also had a number of discussions with the Border Services Agency in order to ensure the scenario our colleague is talking about doesn't happen, and I will continue to do this work myself with the Border Services Agency. The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, I know that the Liberals are demanding I stop asking questions. I can understand why, because the Finance Minister's gone into hiding and stopped answering them. She's claimed that no one except the rich is 0.13% will pay any new tax. But the greatest university economist in Canada, Jack Mintz, has reported that 1.25 million will pay. But let's not dispute who's right or wrong. Will the minister accept an amendment to her bill to ensure that not a single plumber will have to pay any extra taxes under this proposal?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance.
Speaker, we can see how nervous and how anxious the Conservatives are. They spent 8 weeks terrified of saying anything about capital gains. And today, the Conservative leader is so anxious, he doesn't trust a single member of his caucus to say a word. But you know, Mr. Speaker, I have sympathy for them because they have shown how phony they are. They have had a chance to be on the side of working people on the side of fairness, they've shown whose side they're really on.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Will the Finance Minister exempt all carpenters from her tax increase? Yes or no?
The Honourable Minister of Finance, Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we presented every single member of this House with a very clear and actually really easy choice. Do you think someone who makes their salary, like that person in Carleton, whose only income is their wage, who's making $58,000 a year, do you think they should pay tax at a higher marginal rate than someone earning capital gains of more than $250,000 a year? It's not complicated, but it's complicated for them.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, there are a lot of restaurant owners who will pay this tax increase on their very first dollar of investment gains that inside a company. That is a fact. So will who earn $58,000 a year? So simple question. If what I'm saying is wrong, there's a very simple solution. Will the minister commit to amending her bill to say that any retiring restaurant owner who's been earning $58,000 a year will be fully exempt from any of these tax increases?
The Honourable Minister of Finance and Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, there was once a Conservative Prime Minister. His name was John Diefenbaker. He was from the prairies like me and like the Conservative leader. He set up a Royal Commission on Tax, and Ken Carter, who led that commission, said memorably, a buck is a buck is a buck. He thought that all your income, whether it's a capital gain or you make it through hard work, should be taxed. But these Conservatives have shown their true colors. They are just not on the side of working people, and they're embarrassed.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
John Diefenbaker is from Saskatchewan, where there are lots of farmers. So the member won't commit to amend her law to exempt carpenters or plumbers or retiring modest income independent restaurant owners. So very simple question. Given that we're in a food price crisis, will the Finance Minister amend her proposal to say that no farmer will pay higher taxes under this plan?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservative leader is squirming. The Conservative leader is nervous. And I know why he's nervous, Mr. Speaker, because we presented him yesterday with a very clear choice. You could be on the side of someone who sweats every day, who earns all their money through their paycheck, or you can say someone who is earning in every single year more than $250,000 in capital gains. We know whose side we're on. Now we know whose side they're on too.
The Honourable Member for Skeena, Bulkley Valley.
Mr. Speaker, everyone wants to avoid a shutdown at Canada's two biggest railways, and rail workers deserve the time needed to negotiate a fair deal. But CP and CN seem to be trying to orchestrate a simultaneous work stoppage in order to force the workers' hand. Now, the union has suggested staggering the negotiations in order to minimize the impacts. This seems to be in everyone's best interest, but the companies have rejected it outright. What will the minister do to support the union's very reasonable request?
The Honourable Minister of Labour.
Mr. Speaker, what the Minister of Labour will do is make sure that both sides remain at the table and that they are fully supported by our Federal Mediation and Conciliation Service that has a 96% success rate in preventing work stoppages and strikes. We stand with them. They are well supported at the table. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Nunavut.
Uqaqtitiyi, for 30 years, Johannes Rivor sexually abused children in Nunavut when he was supposed to be a priest. Instead of being tried for his crimes, Rivor escaped to France. The churches failed the victims. The RCMP failed the victims. Now the federal governments keep failing the victims. He died before justice was ever served. People are still hurting. When will this government act to ensure the victims of Rivor get the justice they deserve?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for that very important question. The sad history surrounding the abuses in the north with Reverend Rivor is devastating. Many people have been impacted, and I've been able to speak to many survivors. He passed away recently, yet it doesn't bring justice to those who are seeking justice. We will continue to work and support the families and those who survived, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg South Centre.
Mr. Speaker, Winnipeg's downtown is full of historic buildings. One of our most iconic is the old Hudson's Bay building located at the corners of Portage and Memorial Avenues. It holds a storied history for Winnipeggers. A vibrant downtown is vital for a strong economy. Mr. Speaker, over the past few months, our government has been working closely in collaboration with local First Nations to revitalize the Bay building. The ability for First Nations themselves to be at the forefront of such a development is critical. Can the minister responsible for Prairie's Can update this House on the cooperative work underway? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Minister of Northern Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I recently had the honor to make an announcement of $31 million investment into the former Hudson's Bay building in downtown Winnipeg. The plan was developed by the Southern Chiefs Organization, includes over 350 affordable housing units, assisted living units for elders, a child care center, and amazing public spaces. I believe that the Southern Chiefs Organization, led by Chief Jerry Daniels, are doing what they're doing in Winnipeg stands as a prime example of economic reconciliation that the entire country of Canada can be proud of.
A wonderful grandmother, 93-year-old Liz Diachin, is severing a few lots off of her longtime family farm to give them to her kids and grandkids so that they can have a place to live in this terrible housing crisis. She was surprised to learn she's going to be paying this latest Liberal tax increase. She was asked, "Are you rich?" She said, "Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? I'm on a pension." Mr. Speaker, will the Finance Minister amend her bill so that low-income grandmothers who are passing on a little bit of land for their kids to live on will not be hit by this tax increase?
The Honourable Minister of Finance, Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I want to share another quote. The wealthiest 1% who own the most expensive and luxurious real estate and have in their portfolios the most stocks and bonds will continue to see their net worth expand, having done nothing, by the way, to deserve that expanded net worth. When they sell those assets, they accrue a capital gain. We think more of it should be taxed. That's a quote from the member from Carleton.
Whoa.
But that was when he was being a fake populist.
Wow. The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, Liz Diachin is not among those wealthy 1% the member just described. She has a pension of probably, I'm guessing, $45,000 a year. She's a grandmother who's simply trying to sever off a few lots so that her kids and her grandkids can have a place to live. Those lots have enough value that they will be hit by capital gains tax, and they're over $250,000. So she will pay this. She will pay us the 66% tax. So, very simple question: will the minister amend the law so that this wonderful grandmother does not have to pay higher taxes?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I think the Conservative leader is a little bit confused because he seemed to think that those were my words I quoted. I was, in fact, quoting him.
Oh.
I was quoting his words about the wealthiest 1% and their stock portfolios and luxury real estate. But that was back when the Conservative leader was pretending to be a friend of working people. He was pretending to be on the side of the little guy. Yesterday, we learned that is just not true. But we are on the side of fairness.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, it is true that this government has unjustly enriched the wealthiest 1% with their inflationary policies. So let's just make sure that no one else pays the bill for that. Will the minister accept an amendment to her proposal to ensure that the 99% of lowest income earners do not pay this tax increase, so this wonderful grandmother does not have to pay the bill?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Speaker, the Leader opposite has spent the entire question period talking about electricians and farmers and fishers.
Start from the top.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Leader opposite cites electricians, carpenters, plumbers. Mr. Speaker, I come from family, as do many of us, of farmers and electricians and people who bring home a T4 slip at the end of the year. Those people who earn an honest paycheck, what do they expect from their government? They expect tax fairness. We are asking all those who pay who gain $250,000 on their investments in a given year, 0.13% of the population, to pay a little bit more. I don't know any electricians who are in that category, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Well, if that were true, then they would be prepared to put in writing in the law that no farmer, fisher, or electrician will pay any new tax under this increase. Will they?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
What will be in the law is that anyone who makes a capital gain over $250,000, the first $250,000 are exempt, 50% inclusion rate. Over $250,000 in a given year will pay 66%. That's less than Brian Mulroney asked them to pay, and it gets us closer to the fairness that who's asking for? The electricians, the farmers, the teachers, the nurses, the fishers, the people in Canada who expect us to stand up for tax fairness and against that.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Allah, deal with these Zionist attackers. Allah, deal with the enemies of the people of Gaza. Allah, find and exterminate them all. Spare not one of them. That was Adil Sharkawi in Montreal on October 28, 2023. He suffered no consequences because in Canada, the law allows you to call for the extermination of an entire people under cover of religion. The RCMP want to modernize the criminal code so they're better equipped to deal with hate crimes. The Bloc is proposing to do away with this religious exemption. Will the minister support us? The Honourable Minister of Transport. Mr. Speaker, there is no form of hate that this government has ever accepted. We will always combat all forms of hatred, whether it's racism, Islamophobia, discrimination, anti-Semitism, or what have you. Religion should not be an excuse for propagating hate, and that is why the government has its own bill to fight online hate. I hope the Bloc will support that. The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Mr. Speaker, the government says Canada is a secular country, but it isn't. This religious exemption is the opposite of secularism. It makes it possible to commit a crime that would otherwise be punishable by law. Does it make sense to let hate speech hide behind a God when it incites violence? Should the criminal code contain religious exemptions that couch in prayer a call to exterminate people? It's not right. The RCMP knows it, and so does the government. Mr. Speaker, will they vote for the Block's bill and get rid of this religious exemption? The Honourable Minister of Transport. Mr. Speaker, Canada is a secular country, and hate speech is not allowed or tolerated. We've always combated it, and that's precisely why we have tabled legislation to fight online hatred, including Islamophobia and anti-Semitism. Whether hatred is in the streets or online, it does harm. It does harm to our society, and I hope the Bloc will vote along with us.
Mr. Speaker, the minister proposes this new tax increase on every single dollar that a fisherman earns inside of his small business. There is no $250,000 exemption for him. Even if he just earns $1,000, he'll have to pay the tax increase. We forget it's not just our wonderful farmers that feed us, but it's also our fishermen. Will the finance minister amend her bill to ensure that there will not be a single fish harvester anywhere in Canada that will face a tax increase?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I grew up in Atlantic, Canada. I grew up as the grandson of 2 dairy farmers. I grew up around an awful lot of fishers. I grew up around people who worked with their hands and didn't think that electricians got electricity from the sky, but rather they got it in plugged from the wall. What I would like to challenge the leader to do is he should gather all of the electricians who think that they should not pay over $250,000 on capital gains. I'll get together all the electricians who think that a buck is a buck is a buck. We'll compare.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Will they exempt electricians from this tax hike?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, for the past couple of years, the Conservative leader has been cosplaying a friend of union workers. But yesterday, we called his bluff, and they know it. Here's what the president of the CLC said. With this vote, the Conservative leader has shown he believes that an ordinary worker flipping burgers for a living should be taxed on 100% of their income, while his CEO friends making millions from flipping stocks should be taxed on only half of their income. That is what the Conservatives believe, and it is shameful.
Wow. The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, there are many union workers who have rental properties that they invest in. Will the minister make the commitment that no union worker will have to pay this tax increase?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
I don't know which union workers that he's talking to, but the union workers that I talk to and that we talk to and dialogue with and that the finance minister just quoted are people who believe in solidarity, who believe in caring for others, who believe in dental plans and child care and the Canada Child Benefit and every other single thing that this leader has voted against. The very things that this fairness tax measure will pay for. So yes, Mr. Speaker, we accept the leader's challenge. Let's talk to union members and see what side of the equation they come down on.
The Honourable Member for Charlottetown.
Mr. Speaker, all Canadians deserve a safe and affordable home. We know that people in more vulnerable situations have a hard time finding affordable housing that meets their needs. We need to build more housing and make the housing market fairer for all. Can the Minister of Veterans Affairs tell us what the government is doing to ensure that Canadians have access to safe, affordable housing? The Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my friend and colleague for that important question. Our government is working hard to make housing fairer for Canadians all across the country. Earlier this year in my riding, I announced $6.7 million in funding to help build new affordable housing. This funding will help house and support homeless people, as well as women and children fleeing domestic violence. Our government will always be there to defend Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Est-ce que la ministre
Would the minister agree to an amendment to her tax hike that would exempt carpenters, plumbers, electricians, and farmers? Yes or no?
The Honourable Minister of Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, what I can tell you is that fairness is at the core of Canadian identity. People in Shawinigan and in Carleton understand that in a fair society, fairness is fundamental. And that's why in our last budget, we made changes to the capital gains tax, which will enable us to reinvest in the economy, in our workers, in housing. But surprise, Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives are against tax fairness. Imagine they're against tax fairness. We on this side of the House will always be on the side of workers and the middle class and on the side of Canadians. The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Data, Dr. Jack Mintz calculated that 50% of those who will pay this tax increase earn less than $120,000 a year, and 10% earn less than $18,000 a year. No, we don't have to dispute these numbers. Why don't we just make it simple and make it clear? Will the minister accept an amendment to exempt anyone who earns less than $120,000 a year from this tax increase? Yes or no?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, actually, there is a $250,000 threshold. So the new rate kicks in only after you've made $250,000 in capital gains in a given year. So I do want to continue to help educate the Conservative leader. I'm going to point him to...
I can't hear any of that, so I'm going to allow the Deputy Prime Minister to restart.
I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker, because it does seem that the Conservative leader, who for baffling reasons wants to take all the questions, maybe to show off his ignorance, doesn't actually understand.
I would ask the Honourable Deputy Prime Minister maybe to retract that and finish. I gave enough grace to allow to repeat. The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
I'm sorry. I retract that. So let me just say, it was baffling to me that the Conservative leader is taking all of the questions to show he doesn't really understand what we're doing. But it gives me a chance to explain it to him. So it only kicks in after $250,000 of capital gains does this new level.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, I just gave that minister more than 20 opportunities to prove that what she was saying was true. I asked her, and she refused, if she'd give an exemption to her tax hike to carpenters, farmers, fishermen, plumbers, union workers, restaurant owners, electricians. She said no. She said no to exempting people who earn less than $120,000 a year. Why? Because we know that that's exactly who she's going after. She's going to rob the people who pay the bills in this country to pay for her obese and out-of-control spending. Why won't she finally end the ripoff?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister, Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday our government gave every single Conservative MP a chance to stand on the side of working people, of teachers, of nurses, of electricians, of carpenters, of welders. They cannot wiggle out of the shocking position they took. They took a position on the side of multimillionaires against working people and against fairness. But now all of Canadians know where they stand.
The honourable member for St. John Rothsay.
I come from a community that is filled with good, hard-working people. The small city realities don't always look the same as someone who lives in big urban centres, but they do face many of the same challenges when it comes to housing. I'm proud that our government has stepped up to tackle the housing crisis. This challenge requires bold, outside-the-box thinking, including seeking innovative ideas.
I'm going to take a break here. Hold on. And I will allow the honourable member to restart. The honourable member from Rothsay has the floor.
Mr. Speaker, I come from a community, St. John Rothsay, that is filled with good, hard-working people. Their small city realities don't always look the same as someone who lives in big urban centres, but they do face many of the same challenges when it comes to housing. I'm proud that our government has stepped up to the plate to tackle the housing crisis. This challenge requires bold, outside-the-box thinking, including innovative ideas from all corners of our country. Can the Minister of Rural Economic Development and ACOA tell us how our government is ensuring that smaller regions can play a role in the Team Canada approach to housing solutions?
Honourable Minister of Rural Economic Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My friend from St. John Rothsay is right. Innovative housing solutions are all across the country, and that's why our government is investing in companies like Kent Homes in New Brunswick, who are doing state-of-the-art home manufacturing. Our regional development agencies like ACOA are helping turbocharge innovative construction. Through Budget 24, the agencies are investing in new building technologies like panelized 3D construction, modular homes. Canadians have rejected the opposition leader's weak do-nothing approach to housing. We are getting houses built. We have a real plan in place, and we are getting the job done. Thank you, Mr.
The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Just 3 years after our London family were murdered in an Islamophobic attack, another London family's home was set on fire. The police are investigating this crime as hate-motivated as the family publicly expressed support for Palestinian human rights. Islamophobia, anti-Palestinian racism, and all forms of hate must be condemned wherever it occurs, and this government needs to do more to root out racism so people can feel safe. Will the Liberals finally step up to provide support to my community and all those impacted by hate-motivated attacks?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Over these past 8 years, we have worked extremely hard to make sure that we are combating racism, that we are combating Islamophobia, anti-Semitism amongst all of our communities all across the country. We have had so many great achievements, including what is our now anti-racism strategy. We will continue to work with partners on all levels of government, including civil society, to ensure that we are supporting communities like that, members. Thank you.
The honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Mr. Speaker, this government repeatedly said that the Canada Disability Benefit would lift hundreds of thousands of people out of poverty, and in doing so, they gave the disability community hope. But now we know it was all a charade. Documents recently tabled show, by the government's own estimates, less than 2% of folks with disabilities will be lifted out above the poverty line, and not till 2028. How does the Deputy PM justify extinguishing this hope, and will she right this wrong?
The Honourable Minister.
Time in Canadian history, we have a federal disability benefit that is going to strengthen the financial security of more than 600,000 persons with disabilities. Mr. Speaker, the initial investment of $6.1 billion in Budget 2024 is the next step to get this benefit out to Canadians. We know, Mr. Speaker, that there's more to do. We're committed to doing this work also alongside provinces and territories to make sure that there are no clawbacks. Mr. Speaker, we're committed to this, and we're going to get it done. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And that's all the time we have for question period today. A point of order, the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, I believe if you seek it, you will find unanimous consent following.
I'm already hearing a number of the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition. opposition. I just want to...
You should hear it first.
Folks, give me a second here. The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition has the floor. I don't even know what he's asking for. No, I cannot hear him. Ladies and gentlemen, I can't hear anything. So I wouldn't know if it's in order or if it isn't. So the Leader of the Official Opposition has the floor until I say otherwise. The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
That the House call on the Liberal government to enshrine into law that the bottom 99.8...
I'm just going to consult for a second here. I guess we don't have consent, so I apologize, the Honourable Member. It being 3:20, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion and second reading of Stage Bill of C-277 under private members' business. Call in the members. Yeah, I know. All right, we ready? Good. La question.
The question is as follows.
Seconded by Mr. Johns, move that Bill C-277, an act to establish a national strategy on brain injuries, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Health.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote. We will start with the sponsor of the item.
We will now proceed to members participating in person. All those at my left in favor of the motion, please rise in the 6th row.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Giovanni.
Mr. Giovanni.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Monsieur Desilets.
Monsieur Desilets.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
In the 5th row.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Falk Battleford Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk Battleford Lloydminster.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Madame Saint-Clair de Gagné.
Madame Saint-Clair de Gagné.
Madame Chabot.
Madame Chabot.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Blaney.
4th row.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Redicott.
Mr. Redicott.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Madame Posey.
Madame Posey.
Monsieur Shampoo.
Monsieur Shampoo.
Ms. Barron.
Ms. Barron.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
Schwazi.
Third row.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mrs. Goodrich.
Mrs. Goodrich.
Mr. Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Ms. Gledoux.
Ms. Gledoux.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Mr. Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Green.
Second row.
Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Duncan Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Duncan Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Beltud.
Mr. Berthold.
Ms. Finley.
Miss Finley.
Mr. Abu Tayyif.
Mr. Abu Tayyif.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Ms. Ferrari.
Miss Ferrari.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Ms. McPherson.
Miss McPherson.
Ms. Idlow.
Miss Idlow.
In the first row.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mrs. Thomas.
Ms. Landsman.
Ms. Landsman.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Simar.
Mr. Simar.
Mr. Singh.
Mr. Singh.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
All those at my left in favor of the motion. In the sixth row.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Ms. Bradford.
Miss Bradford.
Mr. Coteau.
Mr. Coteau.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Hanley.
Mr. Hanley.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. Meow.
Mr. Meow.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
In the fifth row.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Monsieur Rabillard.
Monsieur Rabillard.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Ms. Cedar Brampton South.
Miss Cedar Brampton South.
Ms. Hefner.
Miss Hefner.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Latanzio.
Miss Latanzio.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis.
In the fourth row.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Van Bynen. Pardon me.
Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Ms. DeMoff.
Ms. DeMoff.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Sousa.
Mrs. Outwin.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Monsieur Seri.
Monsieur Seri.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Ms. May Sanishkal Filans.
Ms. Sanishkal Filans.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
In the third row.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. Colmier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Deuxième rangée à ma droite.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McKinty.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Ms. Kara.
Ms. Kara.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Madame Bibot.
Madame Bibot.
Ms. Jasek.
Ms. Jasek.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Duc. Monsieur Duc. Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur McKinnon Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon Gatineau.
Miss Sachs.
Miss Sachs.
Miss Chagger.
Miss Chagger.
Miss Murray.
Miss Murray.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Miss Collins Victoria.
Miss Collins Victoria.
Did we get Miss Okay. Okay, just make sure everybody got their vote in there. Okay. All those at my left opposed to the motion, please rise. In the sixth row, in the fifth row, in the fourth row, the third row, the second row, and the first row. Tous ceux à ma
All those at my right opposed to the motion will please rise. Sixth row, fifth row, fourth row, third row, second row, first row.
The House will now wait for electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. Je ne sais pas. Wish to inform the House the electronic voting period has ended. If members are unable to vote due to technical difficulties, may use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize the honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Mr. Speaker, I was electronic submitting, so I came back in time to stand up, but then I got the confirmation that it was submitted, so I'd like to make sure my vote was recorded as yes, but only once.
It was. We have reset. Count it. You're good. Monsieur Beaulieu.
Mr. Beaulieu, I had technical difficulties. Inaudible.
Madame Zerillo.
Ms. Zerillo.
Also technical issues, Mr. Chair. I vote yes on this fantastic bill.
Ms. Zerillo, very cool.
Je vois Monsieur Light.
I see Mr. Lightbound online.
Quelqu'un d'autre?
Anyone else?
Le bureau
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 323, nays contre, 0 aucun.
I declare the motion carried. Accordingly, the bill stands referred on health. The House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at third reading stage of Bill C-332 under private members' business. La question.
The question is as follows.
Ms. Collins, Victoria, seconded by Mr. Garrison, moves that Bill C-332, an act to amend the Criminal Code, coercive control of intimate partner, be now read a third time and do pass. The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started. The House will now proceed to the vote. We will start with the sponsor of the item. We will now proceed to members participating in person. All those at my right in favor of the motion will please rise in the sixth row.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Ms. Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Mr. Coteau.
Mr. Coteau.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Hanley.
Mr. Hanley.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. Meow.
Mr. Meow.
Ms. Thompson.
Miss Thompson.
In the fifth row.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Ms. Cedar Brampton South.
Miss Cedar Brampton South.
Ms. Hefner.
Miss Hefner.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Latanzio.
Miss Latanzio.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Fourth row.
Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Yakino.
Monsieur Yakano.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Ms. Demoff.
Ms. Demoff.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Sousa.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Serré.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Ms. May Saanich Gulf
Miss
Islands.
May Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
Troisième rangée.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. Cormier.
Mr. Cormier.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
The second row to my right.
Ms. Scrow.
Miss Grove.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Ms. Kara.
Miss Kara.
Ms. Sahota.
Miss Sahota.
Madame Bibo.
Madame Bibot.
Ms. Jacek.
Miss Jazik.
Mr. Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Ms. Zerillo.
Miss Zerillo.
In the first row.
Mr. Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. Sachs.
Miss Sachs.
Ms. Chager.
Miss Chager.
Ms. Murray.
Miss Murray.
Mr. Bouleris.
Monsieur Boudrevis.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
All those at my left in favor of the motion will please rise in the sixth row.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Giovanni.
Mr. Giovanni.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Monsieur Blanchet-Jonca.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Monsieur Désilé.
Monsieur Désilé.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
In the fifth row.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Falk Battleford Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk Battleford Lloydminster.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Madame Saint-Clair Desgagnés.
Madame Saint-Clair Desgagnés.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Ms. Blaney.
Miss Blaney.
In the fourth row.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Madame Posey.
Madame Posey.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Champoux.
Ms. Barron.
Ms. Barron.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
In the third row.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mrs. Goodrich.
Mrs. Goodrich.
Mr. Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Ms. Gledoux.
Ms. Gledoux.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Ms. Gazan.
Ms. Kazan.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Green.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Deuxième rangée.
Mr.
Second row.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Duncan Stromondunda, South Glengarry.
Mr. Duncan Stromondunda, South Glengarry.
Mr. Beltud.
Mr. Berthold.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Aboutayev.
Mr. Aboutayev.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mrs. Cousy.
Ms. Ferrari.
Ms. Ferrari.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Johns.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. Idlout.
Ms. Idlout.
Première rangée à ma gauche.
First row on my left.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Kmitch.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Halland.
Mr. Halland.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Simard.
Mr. Simard.
Mr. Singh.
Mr. Singh.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
All those at my right opposed to the motion will please rise in the sixth row, fifth row, fourth row, third row, second row, first row. All those at my left opposed to the motion will please rise in the sixth row, in the fifth row, fourth row, third row, deuxième rangée.
Second row, first row.
The House will now wait.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings.
I wish to inform the House the electronic voting period has ended. If members were unable to vote due to technical difficulties, may use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them. Is anybody there? Anybody in the chamber with any technical difficulties? Nobody ran in. Le bureau va maintenant compiler.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 324, 324. Nays contre, 0, aucun.
Je déclare la motion.
I declare the motion carried.
I wish to inform the House that because of the deferred recorded divisions, government orders will be extended by 24 minutes. Tabling or daily routine of business, affaire courant ordinaire. The tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. One more. There you go.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 36 sub 8 sub A, I have the honor to table in both official languages the government's response to 7 petitions. These returns will be tabled in an electronic format.
Thank you. Dépôt de projet de loi émanant du
Introduction of government bills.
Déclaration de ministre.
Statements by ministers.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations. The Honourable Member for Davenport.
Pursuant to Standing Order 34-1, I have the honor to present to the House, in both official languages, the following 5 reports of the Canadian NATO Parliamentary Association respecting its participation in 1. At the 68th Annual Session in Madrid, Spain, from November 18 to the 21st, 2022. At the Bureau meeting and joint meetings of the Defense and Security Committee, the Economics and Security Committee, and the Political Committee in Brussels, Belgium, from February 19 to 22nd, 2023. Third, at the Bureau meeting and spring session in Luxembourg, from May 19 to 22nd, 2023. At the 69th Annual Session in Copenhagen, Denmark, from October 6th to the 9th, 2023. And finally, at the Subcommittee on Future Security and Defense Capabilities in Boston, Massachusetts, New Haven, Connecticut, and New York, United States of America, from March 11th to 15th, 2024. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations. The Honourable Member for Brossard Saint-Lambert.
Standing Order 34-1, I have the honour to present in both official languages 2 reports of the Canadian branch of the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association for the following activities. 1. The Commonwealth Women Parliamentarians Workshop on Champions for Gender Equality, held in Dar es Salaam, Tanzania, from December 6th to 8th, 2023. And 2. The bilateral visit to Barbados and St. Lucia from March 3rd to 9th, 2024. Thank you.
Stand up. There you go.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations. The Honourable Member for the Honourable Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 34-1, I have the honour of presenting to the House, in both official languages, the report of the Canadian branch of the Assemblée parlementaire de la Francophonie concerning its participation in the meeting of the APF Cooperation and Development Committee and Symposium on Scientific Information in Parliaments held in Quebec City, Quebec, Canada, from May 24th to 26th, 2023, and the meeting in Belgium, Brussels, Belgium, from January 25th to 28th, 2024. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Alfred Pellan. Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 3rd report of the Standing Joint Committee on the Library of Parliament, entitled Certificate of Nomination of Christine Ivory to the position of Parliamentary Librarian.
Presenting presenting reports from committees, the Honourable Member for Humber River Black Creek.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I have the honour to present in both official languages the 19th report of the Standing Committee on International Trade, entitled A Canadian and Ecuador Trade Agreement Selected Canadian Priorities. And I also have a second group of reports, Mr. Speaker. Again, pursuant to Standing Order 1073, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 9th report of the Liaison Committee, entitled Committee Activities and Expenditures April 1st, 2023 to March 31st, 2024. This report highlights the work and accomplishments of each committee, as well as detailing the budgets that fund the activities approved by committee members. It's a very interesting report of all of the work that all of the different standing committees have done in this last year. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting reports from committees, présentation de rapport de comité, l'honorable député de Bourassa.
The honourable member for Bourassa. Mr. Speaker.
To present in both official languages the 15th report of the Standing Committee on Veterans Affairs entitled Invisible No More, the experience of Canadian women's veterans. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to this report. Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, allow me, on behalf of members of the committee and myself, to commend the courage of the women who appeared as witnesses, these veterans who shared their stories. Mr. Speaker, in tabling this unanimous report with its multiple recommendations, we hope that female veterans will no longer be invisible and that they will no longer feel invisible. I'd like to thank the committee members who worked cooperatively in a nonpartisan fashion on this report, and the committee would like to congratulate the analyst Jean Audry, who did an outstanding job. Thank you.
I believe the honourable member for Moose Jaw, Lake St. Lanigan has a supplementary decision as well.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a veteran myself, I am honored and privileged to present a supplemental report on behalf of the Common Sense Conservative members of the committee. This historic report on the experience of women veterans has long been overdue and covers many important issues that face the women who answer the call of service. We were disappointed, though, that there were parties at the committee who intentionally avoided issues that reflected poorly on the government by omitting testimony and recommendations on the issues of the housing crisis and cost of living crisis affecting more veterans each year, the unique medical needs of women veterans and all veterans, the backlog at Veterans Affairs keeping our women veterans and all veterans from receiving the care and support they needed, education, training, and family support for women veterans and all veterans and their families. These issues are important, and the women who had the courage to come and share their experiences with the committee on these issues deserve to have their voices heard, even if the government doesn't want to hear it. Thank you.
And I think the honourable member for North Island Powell River.
Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent for the Bloc and the NDP to present their supplementary opinion to the report of the Standing Committee on Veterans Affairs entitled Invisible No More, the Experiences of Canadian Women Veterans.
Opposed to the honourable member moving the motion, and will please say nay. Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion, please say nay. Motion is carried. The honourable
member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Mr. Speaker, I'm very honored to have taken part in this study and very satisfied with the participation of some 100 witnesses, and there are about 40 or 50 of them here in the gallery today. And they spoke on behalf of 75,000 Canadians, including thousands of Quebecers. And the important thing here, what's key, is obviously the implementation of the recommendations. There are 42 recommendations. And I personally hope, and this was expressed in the report, that a work of art be created on behalf of women veterans. And in Canada, there's only one that the Government of Canada contributed to, whereas for male veterans there are hundreds. So hopefully something can be done along those lines. These women who used to be invisible will hopefully now find their place with honor. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
North Island Powell River on the supplementary report.
Mr. Speaker. Oh, sorry. What?
Inadvertently missed the first vote, and I'm seeking unanimous consent to have my vote counted.
Does the honourable member have consent to have his vote recorded? All those opposed the honourable member moving the motion, please say nay. Motion agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion, please say nay. Motion is carried. Honourable Minister, how will you vote?
Yay. Thank you.
Thank you. The honourable member for North Powell River.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to say on a personal level that this study has been one of the most painful and beautiful studies that I've ever been part of. But we have to remember that this study exposes how women are treated by systems they committed themselves to in order to serve us all. And when women were finally allowed into the CAF, there was no work done to include them. Inclusion matters, and the lack of inclusion created invisibility, a wound that has not yet been healed. This violated women's safety. It made them targets. They were wearing uniforms and equipment made for men, not for women's bodies. Little access or research for medical care for women was included, and there was no space created for military women to have a safe place to report military sexual trauma. And this limited their ability to thrive. And Mr. Speaker, I just want to be clear, they still fought for Canadians. I hope every Canadian reads this report, listens to these voices, and makes what was so long invisible visible. And I call on the government to complete all the recommendations. We cannot squander the hope of the beautiful women who reported to us in this place. Don't squander that hope. Thank you.
Here. Bravo. Introduction of private members' bills. Mr. Moore, seconded by Ms. Finley, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act, importing, exporting, and producing certain substances. This motion is deemed adopted. The honourable member for Fundy Royal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I'm introducing the Stronger Sentences for Safer Streets Act. Drug overdoses kill 22 Canadians per day, and 82% of those deaths involve fentanyl. Producers, importers, and exporters of dangerous drugs are benefiting from Liberal soft-on-crime policies like Bill C-5, which eliminated mandatory jail time for those who prey on vulnerable Canadians suffering from addiction. This Prime Minister has sent a clear message to criminals and criminal organizations that they can operate in Canada with near impunity. This bill targets the criminals who are fueling an industry that's built on pain, misery, and death. The Stronger Sentences for Safer Streets Act reinstates mandatory jail time for criminals who produce, import, and export dangerous drugs like meth, heroin, cocaine, and fentanyl. It is impossible to address the opioid crisis in Canada without acknowledging the growing criminal involvement. This bill is common sense legislation to combat crime and crack down on criminals who are peddling poison in our communities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Moore, seconded by Ms. Finley, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted. When shall this bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Ms. Chagger, seconded by Ms. Khalid, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Criminal Code, Public Transit Workers. This motion is deemed adopted. The honourable member for Waterloo.
Mr. Speaker, 10 years ago, lawmakers took a crucial step to support frontline transit workers by broadening sentences for assaults on drivers. However, even at that time, we acknowledged that there was more work to be done. Each year, thousands of on-duty transit workers face violence while serving our communities. They ensure that our trips are smooth, safe, and comfortable. And yet, each day, we hear stories from these workers where they are victim to assaults that range from verbal abuse to life-altering physical attacks. This bill extends protections to essential transit workers who were left out in 2014. Constituents within the riding of Waterloo and across the country expect this House to act. Colleagues, let's together give this legislation the smooth journey that transit workers strive to give us every day, because doing our jobs means protecting them and theirs. Je souhaite que tout le monde puisse travailler.
I hope that we can all work together to support this bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Ms. Chagger, seconded by Ms. Khalib, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
When will the bill be read a second time?
Mr. Duncan, seconded by Mr. Halland, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Excise Tax Act, Carbon Pollution Pricing. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
I am pleased to table my private member's bill, the Stop Taxing the Tax Act. A growing majority of Canadians are frustrated with the ever-increasing NDP Liberal carbon tax, but they are furious to know that in addition to having to pay the ever-increasing carbon tax, they're forced to pay the GST on top of it. That means there is tax on a tax. You know this government has a tax obsession when they tax taxes. The Independent Parliamentary Budget Officer has done the estimations. $600 million per year right now is being collected from taxing the carbon tax with GST. That revenue will go up to $1 billion per year in the coming years as the NDP and Liberals plan to quadruple the carbon tax from its current rates. That means between now and the end of March 2031, Canadians will be out of pocket $5.7 billion. After 9 years, Canadians are struggling. They can't afford an ever-increasing carbon tax, and even more so, they can't afford to be taxed on that tax when it comes to their gas, groceries, and home heating. I look forward to debating this common-sense Conservative bill that will end the crazy idea of taxing a tax.
The Honourable Member for Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry, Mr. Duncan, seconded by Mr. Halland, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
Quand ce projet de loi sera-t-il une...
When will the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House.
Mr. Cotto, seconded by Ms. Demoff, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Excise Tax Act and the Department of Employment and Social Development Act. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Don Valley East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's my pleasure today to table my first private member's bill. Back in 2020, I was in the UK when my mother passed away, and as you know, when a loved one passes away, there's a lot of administrative processes people have to go through. The private member bill that I'm proposing is based on a UK model called Tell Us Once, where rather than going to many different places to cancel government services, you can go to one-stop solution website where you can report the passing of a loved one, and all services are canceled at once. In addition to that, Madam Speaker, it would remove all of the GST, the federal tax, off of anything to do with the passing of a loved one. So a funeral cost, a tombstone, anything to do with the cost of a funeral would be exempted from the federal portion of the tax. Thank you very much, and I'd like to also thank the seconder of my bill. Thank you very much to the House, and I appreciate this opportunity.
Mr. Cotto, seconded by Ms. Damoff, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
Quand ce projet de loi sera-t-il une...
When will the bill be read a second time?
À la prochaine séance de la Chambre.
At the next sitting of the House.
First reading of Senate public bills. Motion.
Motion.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Housing, Infrastructure and Communities.
Madam Speaker, there have been discussions among the parties, and if you seek it, I believe you'll find unanimous consent for the following motion. That notwithstanding any standing order, special order, or usual practice of the House, when Bill C-70, an act respecting countering foreign interference, is called later today, it shall be disposed as follows. A, the report stage motion in amendment standing on the notice paper in the name of the Minister of Public Safety, Democratic Institutions, and Intergovernmental Affairs be deemed adopted. B, the bill as amended be deemed concurred in at report stage with a further amendment. C, the bill shall be taken up immediately at the third reading stage, and a member of each recognized party and a member of the Green Party each speak for not more than 10 minutes, followed by 5 minutes for questions and comments, provided, if required, that the orders, if required, that government orders be extended to complete said stage of the bill, and D, at the expiry of the time provided for the debate at third reading later today, or when no member wishes to speak, whichever is earlier, any proceeding before the House shall be interrupted, and in turn, every question necessary for the disposal of said stage of the bill shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment, and recorded division shall be deemed requested and deferred until tomorrow after oral questions.
Will all those opposed to what the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary is moving, please say nay. Noted. The House has turned the terms of the motion. Will all those opposed please say nay? Carried.
Presenting petitions. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. I am standing to represent the interests of fishermen and hunters in Quebec. It's E4831. It's been signed by approximately 6,000 people. It calls on the government to authorize fishing in the St. Lawrence and the Saguenay so that species can live forever. The reintroduction of this species is now abundant in the St. Lawrence and in the Saguenay. If we allow people to fish this species, it will contribute to biodiversity. Hunters and fishermen are not criminals. The government is targeting the wrong people.
Speaker, today I rise to table a petition signed by members of the Sikh community across the country. They petition this House to formally recognize the state-organized and sponsored killing of Sikhs in India in 1984 as a genocide. And they petition the House to recognize this genocide this year as it is the 40th anniversary of this genocide, and that the House confirm its belief in the Convention, the United Nations Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of Crimes of Genocide, and affirm that India must use all measures available to ensure that anyone responsible for this genocide is held to account, including criminal prosecution.
Hear, hear.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm rising to table a petition on behalf of residents from my community of Kelowna Lake Country and surrounding region. And to summarize, cystic fibrosis is the most common fatal genetic disease affecting 4,338 Canadian children and young adults, and there is no cure. Trikafta is a life-changing medicine that treats the basic defect of cystic fibrosis, not just symptoms. And it can treat almost 95% of Canadians with cystic fibrosis, but not all can access it. And therefore, they are calling on the Government of Canada to first improve access to rare disease medications by empowering Health Canada to expedite use of patient and laboratory in vitro data to expand access to drugs for rare diseases, mutations where clinical trials are not feasible, and second, develop a regulatory model that permits bulk approvals of gene mutations that can respond to precision medicines like Trikafta. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I have 3 petitions today that I'll be presenting. The first petition is from Canadians who are very concerned with the case of Hassan Diab, who spent 3 years mostly in solitary confinement in France without charge. The petitioners are calling on the Government of Canada to formally declare that Canada will neither accept nor agree to any second request from the French government for Hassan Diab's extradition. The second petition that I am tabling today, Madam Speaker, has over 17,000 signatures, and it is Canadian citizens who are very concerned about the war crimes and the crimes against humanity since October 2023. The people who have signed this petition are asking for sanctions on the government of Israel and for the return of all hostages. They note that there is generational trauma being caused by this occupation, and they ask for the Government of Canada to please take action. And the final petition that I am tabling today is calling on the Government of Canada to continue funding for UNRWA amid the horrifying crisis that we are seeing in Gaza, and to make sure that the express support for humanitarian principles is expressed very clearly by this government. Thank you very much.
Presenting petitions, the honourable for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm rising to present petitions from concerned residents within Nova Scotia. So not my riding, Madam Speaker, but they've reached out to me concerning a land-based testing facility being built by the Department of National Defence. It threatens an area of forested area where there's a bird observation site, and it involves the nesting and feeding ground for thousands of migratory birds. The public consultation was rushed, and the petitioners urge that this House review what the Heartland Point development would do, and they are asking for a full and transparent consultation and inquiry and review before building these DND facilities. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Petitions, the honourable for Courtney Albany.
Madam Speaker, this is a timely petition given that the last 5 summers, children in my riding have had to deal with smoky skies due to forest fires and as we see a warming climate, Madam Speaker. They call on the government, all members of Parliament, regardless of party lines, to consult with secondary or elementary school leadership, student councils, or environmental youth groups.
Sorry, I'm sorry. I'm sure what the point of order is. I just want to remind members that they need to have a tie in order to rise in the House. And so the honourable... Moving on. So, presenting petitions, the honourable for Sherwood Park, Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to present a number of petitions in the House today. The first petition draws the attention of the House to the following, and I quote, "After 8 years, it's clear that this Prime Minister is not worth the cost, the crime, or the corruption." The petition goes on to say that this failed Prime Minister and his failed NDP Liberal government has increased the cost of everything and failed to take responsibility for their failures. Petitioners further note that crime, chaos, drugs, and disorder are filling our streets due to the failed policies of this Prime Minister and his NDP Liberal government. Petitioners call on the House, therefore, to, quote, "axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, stop the crime," further to hold a televised carbon tax conference. I know members across the way are enjoying this. They should listen. They learn something. Petitioners finally call on the government to call on the House to immediately voice its non-confidence in this failed NDP Liberal government and bring about a carbon tax election in which Canadians will be able to vote to end the carbon tax everywhere and for good. Of course, Madam Speaker, I table petitions in this House regardless of whether I personally agree with them or not, but I am happy to put that petition before the House. The next petition draws the attention of the House to the following, that whereas the Liberals' imposed carbon tax will continue to drive up the cost of home heating for Canadians, that in Canada, heating your home in the winter isn't a luxury, it's a necessity, and that after 8 years of this Liberal government, Canadians now must decide whether to heat their home or put food on the table. Petitioners further say that never before in Canadian history have Canadians paid more in tax than under this Liberal government, and that inflation has caused massive increases to costs faced by nonprofits and registered charities, and further compounded by the carbon tax. Therefore, the undersigned citizens and residents of Canada call upon the House to cancel the tripling of the carbon tax on home heating, to ensure no new taxes for Canadians, and to ensure that Canadians are being put first, their family, their paychecks, their home, and their future. End of quote. Another petition, Madam Speaker, for members across the way to reflect on, and all members of the House, I'm sure. The next petition that I'm tabling is in support of a private member's bill, coincidentally put forward in this House by myself. The private member's bill is C257. This is a private member's bill that would add political belief and activity as prohibited grounds of discrimination in the Canadian Human Rights Act. Petitioners note that our country is better off when people are free to be politically active without fear of reprisal for their political activities. They call on the House to support Bill C257 and to defend the rights of all Canadians to peacefully express their political opinions. The next petition is signed by members of the Eritrean community and highlights a number of different human rights abuses that have taken place and are taking place in Eritrea. It notes that Eritrea has been ruled by an authoritarian, brutal dictator under a totalitarian system for the last 30 years with no constitution, no elections, no parliament, no freedom of the press, no freedom of movement and association. Eritreans continue to flee indefinite military conscription, religious persecution, political repression, causing them to take asylum in various places around the world. Petitioners highlight, in addition to human rights abuses happening in Eritrea, they highlight concerns about foreign interference here in Canada driven by the Eritrean regime, particularly harassment and intimidation of the Eritrean, the freedom-loving Eritrean diaspora who have fled to Canada. And they also note the way that the Eritrean dictator is part of an axis of like-minded, hostile, authoritarian countries, collaborates with the Putin regime and other hostile belligerent states. Therefore, petitioners call on the government and the House to engage Eritrean political and human rights activists and pro-democracy groups to take a leadership role among Western allies to challenge the Eritrean dictator's malicious conspiracy with Putin, to investigate foreign interference of Eritrea in Canada and take the appropriate action, including rejection of entry visas, denial of event permits against all front organizations, individuals, and events enabling their interference, to enforce Canada's asylum laws against those who explicitly provide material and political support to that regime, and to advocate for the release of a number of imprisoned journalists and Eritrean parliamentarians. These are Dawit Isaak, Petro Solomon, Mohammed Ahmed Sharuf, Haile Waldens, Ogbe Abraha, Hamid Himid, Salah Idris Kekia, Estefanos Seyum, Berham, Gegbrez Gabhir, Astir Fez Hazir, Germano Nati, and Baraki Gebrselassie. And finally, to strengthen sanctions against human rights abusers in Eritrea. I want to thank the community for working hard on this petition, and I'm honored to share their concerns with the House. The next petition.
I have a point of order. The Honourable Member, New Westminster Burnaby.
Seriously, Madam Speaker, there are other members who are waiting to present their petitions. We have a 15-minute period. We can't let one member monopolize the entire petition time.
And the Honourable Member knows full well, so all members know full well that when we're presenting petitions, the honourable members should be providing a brief summary of what their petition is about. So I would hope that the honourable member who has the floor right now is able to finish his petition. He does have a variety of petitions, and so I do appreciate the fact that he is presenting those. I know that there's lots of people that are wanting to table petitions, but the honourable member has the floor, and I'll let him table his petitions. But again, I ask that he summarizes them briefly as is described in the policy. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It was my understanding that I had been called on last, but if there's other. Well, I mean, I also have dozens of.
It's not an opportunity for debate. There are others who wanted to present petitions, but I will allow the honourable member to finish up presenting his petitions.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will continue. The next petition I'm tabling is regarding the persecution of Falun Gong practitioners. Petitioners draw attention to the ongoing persecution of Falun Gong practitioners by the Chinese Communist Party, and they outline in this petition various aspects of the history of that persecution. They call on Parliament and the government to condemn that persecution, to continue our work to combat forced organ harvesting, and to take additional steps to stand up for those who face this persecution inside the People's Republic of China. The next petition that I'd like to table is regarding funding cuts to women's shelters that this NDP Liberal government has chosen. They note that at a time when we're seeing a dramatic increase in spending on bureaucracy and outside consultants, the government chose to cut $145 million of funding from women's shelters, and that this demonstrates a strange prioritization when it comes to government spending. Petitioners do call on the government to restore funding for women's shelters in Canada. Next, I'm tabling a petition.
The honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby.
We have had a practice in this House, as you know, that when there are multiple petitions, one member presents 2 or 3, and then it moves on to other members. There are other members waiting to present petitions. You have the ability to cut that member off. Yeah, otherwise, we could all bring a stack of 100 petitions and monopolize the entire 15 minutes. Totally. There needs to be a sharing of time during petitions.
Practice of this House to cut members off. So again, sorry, the honourable member for Courtenay Alberni has a point of order.
Madam Speaker, I can tell you for sure that I've tabled petitions and been cut off at the 1 minute mark multiple times, Madam Speaker, multiple times.
So again, it's now becoming more of a point of debate. I just want to remind members to please be mindful that there's others who want to table petitions, and I will ask the honourable member, there's just under 2 minutes left in petitions. I would ask others not to incite members while I'm speaking to them about whether or not they're going to continue on their petitions. But I do want to remind the honourable for Sherwood Park, Saskatchewan, there's just under 2 minutes, and I would ask him to briefly summarize his petition so that others can table theirs as well. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Saskatchewan.
Madam Speaker, I was intending to wrap up shortly, and I'm tempted not to because of the badgering of the formerly tireless member from the NDP. But
remind members to please just address the petition and address their petitions. I know that there's points of orders. The honourable member is well aware that one member attempted to do a petition, but he didn't have a tie on, and so that has put things back for that particular member. But I do want to remind members to please be brief on their summaries. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I have one petition. I will endeavour to conclude it with time allowing remaining, in spite of the rude interruptions of my colleague from the NDP. This petition is regarding a previous call by a witness before committee to legalize euthanasia for babies. Petitioners are deeply horrified by this suggestion that the House or the government might consider legalizing euthanasia for children. Petitioners call on the House to recognize that infanticide, that killing of children at any age and stage, is always wrong, and they call on the Government of Canada to block any attempt to legalize the killing of children in Canada. I do have many more petitions, Madam Speaker, but I will leave it there and return at a future point for those. Thank you.
Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétitions. The honourable member for Waterloo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, can you please confirm how much time is left for petitions? Okay, I would just like to ask for unanimous consent to make sure that the people who are remaining to present petitions are able to do so today. May I request unanimous consent to ensure the remaining...
Does the honourable member have unanimous consent to hear the rest of the petitions? Agreed? No. We don't have unanimous consent, so therefore the honourable member for Waterloo can table her petition.
I'll try to go quickly, Madam Speaker, because I actually am concerned, unlike the Conservatives, about other members in the House. We are petitioning constituents within the riding of Waterloo, hundreds, are petitioning the House of Commons to draw to the attention what is taking place in Israel and Gaza, which has resulted in thousands of deaths, and they're calling on Parliament to do everything in our power to bring an immediate and permanent ceasefire to that region. They're asking that we impose a two-way arms embargo, including arms trades via the United States and so forth, and they're asking Canada to do whatever we can to end the situation in Gaza, because there's been lots of lives left, and it's important that these voices be heard. So proud to represent them through this petition in the House. Thank you.
Notice of motions for the production, questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, the following questions will be answered today. 2583, 2590, 2596, and 2597. Furthermore, Madam Speaker, if the government's responses to questions number 2584 to 2589, 2591 to 2595, and 2598 could be made orders for return, these returns would be tabled in electronic format immediately.
Is it the House's pleasure that these be turned into orders for tabling of documents and that it be done immediately? So ordered.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
That the remaining questions be allowed to stand.
Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Notice of motions of the production of papers. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I ask that all notices of motion for the production of papers be allowed to stand.
Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Government orders, government bills, commons, consideration at third reading of Bill C-70, Countering Foreign Interference Act.
Monsieur Boissonneau pour Monsieur Leblanc, appuyé.
Mr. Boissonneau for Mr. Leblanc, seconded. Moves that Bill C-70, an act respecting countering foreign interference, be now read a third time and passed.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety, Democratic Institutions and Intergovernmental Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to speak in support of Bill C-70, which proposes, among other things, to amend the Canadian Security Intelligence Service Act. I hope that the report stage amendment offered today has the support of all parties. The amendment would permit CSIS to disclose as part of a disclosure for the purpose of building resiliency against threat to the security of Canada, information specifically about a company with that company. The amendment would allow CSIS to be more candid and transparent with Canadian corporations and entities by disclosing information around specific threats and vulnerabilities affecting them. An example of this would be information about a foreign state's interest in acquiring the company's unique and proprietary information or technology. The reason that this amendment is important is that this precision would ensure that companies, community organizations, and universities have the same parity as individuals. This amendment is needed to ensure that the information sharing provisions found in the bill are the same for individuals and entities. As members know, on May 30th, we passed a motion that sped up the committee study and clause-by-clause consideration of Bill C-70 at the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security. Events moved quickly, and when one part of the bill was amended to provide enhanced information sharing authority for individuals, the same was not done for companies or community organizations and universities, as there was not enough time to properly craft the appropriate amendment. As such, there now exists an imbalance in the legislation, and this important amendment addresses this imbalance. It is essential that we pass this report stage amendment to ensure that CSIS can make authorized disclosures to both individuals and entities to better equip Canadians and Canadian society with the information and tools they need to build resiliency against foreign threats. We know that state actors exploit Canada's vulnerabilities by targeting federal, provincial, territorial, municipal, and Indigenous governments, our open academic systems, private enterprises, and even communities and individuals. The government has no obligation more important than the protection of its citizens. Unfortunately, we have seen a rise in the number of Canadians being threatened and harassed by foreign state actors, and we have also seen a rise in foreign interference in our democratic institutions and our economy. The government's priority remains to protect Canada and Canadians against activities that undermine democratic values, economic interests, sovereignty, and national security. In order to combat foreign interference, a whole of government and society response is required. The first step to combating foreign interference is detecting it, which is why this bill introduces amendments to the CSIS Act. Madam Speaker, CSIS is mandated to protect Canada's national security, and the CSIS Act came into force in 1984, well before the prolific use of digital technology that we see today. Technological innovations make it more difficult to detect and identify threat actors, including those engaged in foreign interference activities. These innovations have created new avenues for threat actors to interfere in Canadian society and institutions, especially in the online space. This bill introduces several new powers to assist CSIS in its investigation of foreign interference. These will close gaps in CSIS's authorities that have become more acute with the global shift towards digital communication and technology. Throughout the consultation process, the government heard that we need to do more to protect vulnerable communities that are the targets of harassment and intimidation of foreign state actors. At the same time, we heard that any changes to the law need to be based on a real need and continue to respect Canadian values. These changes do just that, Madam Speaker. In addition to the safeguards built into the bill itself, CSIS is still subject to the robust review and oversight measures brought in by this government in 2019. Both the National Security and Intelligence Review Agency and the National Security and Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians provide a robust review function of CSIS's activities to ensure they are effective and compliant with the law. It is those two objectives, effectiveness and compliance with the law, that are guiding this government's response. While technology has brought enormous benefits to society, it has also changed the way threat activity is conducted and how information flows. That's why, in addition to these new powers, the government is making other changes to the CSIS Act that would ensure we have the intelligence we need. This means updating the foreign intelligence provisions of the CSIS Act to account for changing technology. And this also means that we're making sure that CSIS can effectively use data to identify patterns of hostile activity that may not be immediately obvious. And finally, this means introducing a requirement that Parliament review the CSIS Act every 5 years. That review ensures that we are continually evaluating the tools we have and the ones we may need, and that we have a robust and open public debate about them. Such a debate will allow Canadians to weigh in regularly to ensure that we are meeting our two objectives of effectiveness and compliance of the law. Madam Speaker, the threat of foreign interference is complex, but in order to counter it, we must detect it first. And that's why these changes to the CSIS Act, when considered as part of a whole of government response to foreign interference, is so important. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député de Repentigny.
The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the member for her speech. She talked about priority, that it was very important for the government to act on this. My question, I'll go a little bit back in time. A year ago, the Prime Minister did everything to slow the work down, and rather than call for a public inquiry that all of the other parties were looking for, he launched an investigation in leaks from CSIS and called them racists. So we have C-70 before us, which is good. There are amendments that the Bloc has made that were adopted. We'll vote in favor. But I still have a question. Why? Why, during 6, 7, 8 months, was it not a priority for the government, the security of the Canadian democratic system?
Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for that question. I too acknowledge the hard work that Bloc members did on the committee to bring forward the study and produce amendments and work diligently on this bill. But when it comes to her question regarding the work our government is doing, I take exception to that. It was right in 2015, when we were first elected, that we began implementing measures dealing with foreign interference and strengthening our democratic institutions. That included creating the NSICOP committee. It included creating the site task force that is to monitor elections. It includes additional measures through the Canada Elections Act legislation that we've also introduced. Madam Speaker, this isn't a standalone piece of legislation in dealing with foreign interference. It's part of a building block, a foundation to strengthen our democratic institutions.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Fort McMurray Cold Lake.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My question to the member opposite is quite simple. Why did it take her government this long to bring forward a piece of legislation to protect Canada's democracy? Why did they take so long to acknowledge that this was a problem and bring forward this piece of legislation in the last days of our parliamentary setting? Why did they delay? Why was this not a priority for them?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Unfortunately, I can't accept the hypocrisy in the question given from that Conservative member, given the fact it was 2010 under Stephen Harper's government that the alarm bells were alerted to the issue of foreign interference. Mr. Harper did nothing to address it. In fact, he refused to create the Committee of Parliamentarians to review and provide oversight. When their current opposition leader was then Democratic Institutions Minister, we asked him, why did you do nothing to strengthen and protect our democratic institutions? And he said, essentially, it wasn't politically advantageous to him at the time to do so. Madam Speaker, since we formed government in 2015, we have taken action while Conservatives have sat complicit and not provided a real approach to work with us and put country over party on the issue of foreign interference.
Questions and comments? A brief question. The Honourable Cowichan Malahat Langford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the Parliamentary Secretary for her remarks. It was a long slog through committee last week with Bill C-70. And I think ultimately this legislation is needed. We need to bring up to speed our analog laws so that they can thrive in a digital era. Madam Speaker, my question to my honourable colleague is this. The National Council of Canadian Muslims is publicly releasing a concerning statement about the definition of intimidation in the Security of Information Act amendments in this bill. Madam Speaker, through you, I'm just wondering if the Parliamentary Secretary could reply here on the floor of the House to those concerns from NCCM. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, a brief answer, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As I said in my speech, and I thank my honourable colleague for raising this, the balance that this legislation needs in updating the tools for CSIS, but creating those safeguards are absolutely crucial. It's something we heard at testimony at committee of this legislation. And Madam Speaker, I want to ensure Canadians that these amendments are to ensure and to apply to national security threats and risks. But Madam Speaker, in addition to that, we've ensured that the CSIS Act will now, for the first time ever, have a 5-year review so that parliamentarians and all Canadians can be part of this debate, that ensuring that the balance between national security and protections of Canadians' rights and freedoms here in this country are paramount.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Wellington Halton Hills.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, now that Bill C-70 is back in the House for third reading, I'd like to take this opportunity to outline the long journey it took to get to this point. In
2018, the director of CSIS, David Vigneault, informed the government of threats presented by the People's Republic of China. That year, he warned the Prime Minister that threat activities and foreign interference from the PRC represented an existential threat to Parliament and elections.
In 2018, the government was advised that the measures then in place were not sufficient to counter these threats to Parliament and to our elections. We know that because that was the second finding of fact on page 73 of the NSICOP report. Also back in 2018, national security agencies advised the government to introduce a range of measures to counter these threats, including new legislation. Madam Speaker, it is also notable that in 2018, the CSIS director also advised the government of another threat from the PRC, the threat of espionage. We know that because, for the first time ever, the director of the Canadian Security Intelligence Service gave a public speech in December 2018 of that year. In that speech, he warned of serious threats from the PRC closely related to foreign interference, that of espionage. These threats came in the form of espionage targeting Canadian companies and Canadian universities in the 5 sensitive areas he outlined at that time: artificial intelligence, quantum computing, 5G telecommunications technology, biopharma, and clean tech. Subsequently, in 2019, the clerk of the Privy Council sought the Prime Minister's approval for an action plan to protect Parliament and our elections. The Prime Minister did not approve that plan. Again, a year later, in December 2020, the National Security and Intelligence Advisor to the Prime Minister sought the Prime Minister's approval again for that action plan to protect Parliament and our elections. Again, the Prime Minister did not approve the plan. Again, Madam Speaker, for the third time in February 2022, the National Security and Intelligence Advisor resurrected this initiative, and again, the Prime Minister did not approve an action plan. In all 3 occasions over several years, the Prime Minister did not approve actions that would have protected Parliament and our elections. In November of 2020, November 18th of 2020 to be precise, Madam Speaker, the House adopted a motion calling on the government to produce a robust plan to counter foreign interference threat activities here on Canadian soil. Despite all of this advice, despite the call of this House of Commons to the government to enact a robust plan to counter foreign interference, to take additional measures to protect Canadian democracy, little was done. And then, because the Prime Minister did not approve actions to protect Parliament and our elections, because the government failed to heed the call of this House in the motion adopted on November 18th, 2020, foreign interference threats increased from 2018 to present. As Justice Hogue said in her initial report of May 3rd, the risk from the impacts of foreign interference will only increase as long as, quote, sufficient protective measures to guard against it, end quote, are not taken. Then, subsequent to all of this, in the fall of 2022, explosive media reports about foreign interference threats broke. These reports raised questions about what the Prime Minister knew and when he knew it, and why he did not act on the intelligence and the advice he was given by the senior civil service. Further explosive revelations in the subsequent months followed in the media. Finally, on March 6th of last year, the government promised to take a look at introducing measures in law to counter these threats.
It took years for the government to take into account the advice from CSIS and from senior officials in reports from time to time. It took years for the government to table legislation. Finally, after a number of encouragements and a lot of controversy and a lot of work by so many people, the government finally, reluctantly, tabled Bill C-70.
To today, Madam Speaker, debate on Bill C-70 at third reading. Bill C-70 is a much-needed response to the existential threat to our democracy from foreign interference. It will modernize the CSIS Act, allowing CSIS to better obtain preservation and production orders and better obtain national security warrants for information, records, or documents through a single attempt. It will better allow CSIS to collect, retain, and analyze data for intelligence purposes. It will allow CSIS to collect foreign intelligence, and it will allow CSIS to disclose classified information outside of the Government of Canada to provinces, municipalities, universities, companies, and individuals who are being targeted. It will create new criminal offenses for those who would engage in foreign interference here in Canada on behalf of a foreign state, ensuring that we better protect Canadians against these corrosive, clandestine, corrupting, and coercive activities, especially Canadians in diaspora communities who have suffered for so long in silence and in isolation. It will also make it easier to prosecute these offenses by removing the requirement to prove harm to the interest of Canada when a Canadian is targeted by foreign interference. It will create a new criminal offense that will better protect essential infrastructure in Canada, including stiff penalties for those who would sabotage essential infrastructure on behalf of a foreign state or foreign government. It will amend the Canada Evidence Act and makes consequential amendments to other acts so that it will allow information relating to foreign affairs, national defense, or national security and federal court proceedings to be better handled. Finally, the bill establishes a Foreign Influence, Transparency and Accountability Act, which creates a Foreign Influence Registry and a new Foreign Influence Transparency Commissioner. The new Foreign Influence Transparency Commissioner would oversee a public registry containing information on individuals in Canada engaged in legitimate influence activities on behalf of a foreign principal. The bill was strengthened in committee, particularly with respect to the appointment of a commissioner. The commissioner will now be appointed by the Governor and Council after consultation with leaders in the House of Commons and in the Senate, and after a resolution of the House of Commons and a resolution of the Senate is adopted. This will ensure, Madam Speaker, that while the Commissioner is situated within the Department of Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness, within the machinery of government, that the Commissioner will have a degree of independence to manage and interpret the Act, to issue notices of compliance, to issue administrative monetary penalties, and to refer matters to law enforcement for criminal prosecution.
It took the government years to follow the advice from CSIS and senior officials, and it took many reports. It took years for the government to come up with legislation. Finally, after being encouraged many times and after a lot of controversy and so much work by so many people, the government reluctantly tabled this bill.
The essence, Madam Speaker. We must ensure that our democratic institutions and elections are protected from the threats of foreign interference. Inaction and delay cannot continue. As Justice Ogue noted in her initial report, the risk of the impacts from foreign interference will only increase as long as sufficient protective measures to guard against it are not taken. She also concluded that foreign interference in the 2019 and 2021 general elections undermined public confidence in Canadian democracy. As the general election draws closer, time is running out to strengthen the confidence Canadians have in our elections. Time is running out to combat the rising threat of foreign interference. Canadians need to be able to go to the polls in the next election confident in the integrity not only of the overall outcome of our elections, but in the integrity of each of the elections that take place in each of the 338 electoral districts in Canada. Madam Speaker, this bill must pass, and I encourage all my parliamentary colleagues in this place and in the other to support this bill and to see its adoption into law before we adjourn for the summer.
And comments, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would like to acknowledge and thank my honourable colleague for his work on this legislation. I know he worked with the minister as well, and I wanted to ask him, he mentioned in his speech about some of the amendments at committee, in particular changes with the appointment of the commissioner, something we supported as well. Madam Speaker, could he speak why this is so crucial to this process and why committee moved forward with that amendment?
The honourable member for Wellington Halton Hills.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my honourable colleague for that question. She points out amendments that were made to the bill that would see the commissioner not only appointed after consultations with the leaders in the House of Commons and Senate, but also after resolutions adopted by the House and the Senate. And I think that strengthens the independence of the commissioner while also ensuring that the commissioner is situated within the machinery of government, within the Department of Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness. I think that that is an incredibly important balance to strike, which I think the committee did strike during its study of the bill. Because we have heard for so many years from so many experts, Madam Speaker, that there are too many silos within the national security apparatus of the Government of Canada. So this ensures sufficient independence to issue notices of compliance, to levy administrative monetary penalties, to refer matters for criminal prosecution to police of jurisdiction, while at the same time ensuring that the commissioner is in the bureaucracy communicating with all parts of the national security system so that she can enforce this foreign influence transparency registry.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable.
The honourable member for Rimouski, Neigette, Témiscouata, Basque. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. My question for my colleague is, why did the Conservative Party refuse to support the Bloc's amendments, including prevention, 3-year ban on people who've left their position working for foreign agents? And secondly, there was a person who cooperated with the Chinese Jean Charest, to name the person, the individual in question, who worked for Huawei. And that same individual was a leadership candidate for the Conservative Party. So he worked for and cooperated with the Chinese regime. So how can we trust the Conservative Party, who accepted and welcomed people who collaborated with the Chinese regime within their own party? Thanks for the question. First of all, we are against the amendments that have to do with the 3-year ban, because this bill applies to all countries in the world. So there may be consequences for members who leave this place and go to work for organizations that are headquartered in our allies, that may work on promoting democracy or promoting Canada, and so on. So that's my first answer. Secondly, and I'm quoting from the report says there are 2 instances where officials from the PRC interfered with the Conservative leadership race, but we have no other information about the characteristics of foreign interference, and that's why we asked for more information in order to establish. I'm sorry, I have to interrupt to give time for another question.
Pat Langford, a brief question, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his intervention. Part 4 of this bill, which sets up the public registry, one of the key features of the registry is that it is country agnostic. So in other words, Madam Speaker, Canadians will be able to see how all countries' foreign principals are trying to exert influence in Canada, not only our adversaries, but also our friends and allies. Could my honourable colleague just comment on that feature of the registry, the fact that it is country agnostic, and how that lends itself to accountability and transparency for Canadians to see?
brief answer, the honour for Wellington Halton Hills.
Thank my honourable colleague for the question. It requires people who are conducting legitimate influence activities on behalf of a foreign government or an entity associated with that foreign government to register. It provides a deterrent for those who would not register and who would conduct illegitimate, coercive, clandestine, and corrupt foreign interference activities in Canada. And so I think it strikes a balance, and I think it will be a useful tool to strengthen Parliament and to strengthen our general elections.
Order. It's my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows.
Commissioner Centre, persons with disabilities, and the honourable member for Regina Capel, carbon pricing. Resuming debate, reprise de débat, l'honorable député.
The honourable member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I can't begin without thanking the member for Halton Hills, without whom this issue would not be on the agenda. And he basically made the speech I wanted to make. Be that as it may, we will soon have legislation. It was needed. It had to be done. We all agree. And it's a good bill. Is it excellent? Maybe not. Is it fantastic? I'm really not convinced. But it's pretty good. This was an intense exercise in a very short period of time, and we had time to think about a number of acts, including the Criminal Code. And of course, we need this legislation before the next legislation, but that kind of took precedence over perhaps more in-depth thinking. And it would have been nice to have more time to reflect about this, and I've now reflected on that. So this is a very serious subject. This is not something we're doing just for the sake of doing it. Let me just give a brief summary of the bill, because it amends 31 different pieces of legislation. It amends the CSIS Act in Part 1. Part 2 has to do with the Security of Information Act. Part 3 amends the Evidence Act. And Part 4 amends the Foreign Influence Transparency and Accountability Act, or it creates that act, if you will. As I said, this is a good bill, but the context is somewhat difficult. For a number of years now, and I know people have gone through all this, but there were allegations by CSIS. There was a special rapporteur who was supposed to be independent. And finally, there was the Hague Commission. And all four parties chose to buy into that so that it could shed full light into this. It's more than a situation. It's a world of its own. And what disappointed me when we came to that point was to see the culture of evasion in the Liberal Party. You know, when there's a problem, the Liberals try to sweep it under the rug or look the other way. But that culture of evasion or avoidance has caused big problems for us today, because for the whole time that the problem was ignored, it got worse. It just got worse. Foreign interference is still around, and it's only grown. And there are things, of course, when the NSICOP report came out, that was kind of a wake-up call for everyone. But this was something that some were aware of for years beforehand. And on April 30th, the parties held a press conference, almost unanimously again, with members of the diaspora here just outside the House. And the Bloc raised the point that raised the idea of creating a registry of foreign agents, and overnight that was created. So I think we helped put an end to this culture of foot-dragging or ignoring problems. Now, the Bloc also had some amendments to make, not many, because basically this is a good bill, but I'll talk about the 4 amendments we had proposed.
Now, sometimes there were double registrations. and it was able to draw a link between the two registrations. If a foreign agent registers, but then there's a double registry, that's not very practical. We need to be more efficient and do things in a clearer way. But unfortunately, public servants told us that things are a bit more complicated than that. Of course it's complex. It's foreign interference. We shouldn't be limiting ourselves by saying XYZ.
Les universités, les sociétés d'État.
Now, universities were reticent about this. Some foreign countries give a lot of research funding, significant amounts. So that idea wasn't retained. Then there was talk about a cool-off period. When we were talking about that, the Speaker didn't want to rule the amendment in order. The cool-off period is an element that's part of international affairs culture. It's very simple. So a foreign country can invest all it wants, but that might not be the case in 3 years. So that would be an additional level of protection. Another element is the independence of the Commissioner. The Commissioner will be independent, will have independence, but will not be independent. That's a problem. It's a problem that was raised by CSIS as well as by many witnesses in the Ethics Committee. Many witnesses in the Ethics Committee said that if the Commissioner is not independent, then that is problematic. The Commissioner is under the Department of Public Safety, but we would have preferred that the Commissioner be fully and totally independent. I get the impression that the Liberal Party struggles to understand the term independent. Independent Commissioner, independence of Quebec. They don't seem to understand the term independent. These amendments, they were voted down by the Liberals and by the Conservatives. That pains me a bit. Those 4 elements that I raised aimed to amend and improve the bill. However, there was one improvement. There was a 5-year review set out in the bill, but we had it changed to having the bill reviewed 1 year after the election, because in a 5-year period, there can be 2 or 3 elections, and we want a review 1 year after any elections, because the threats are real, and we can't take it lightly. Now, the bill is called an Act Respecting Countering Foreign Interference, but foreign interference as a term is not defined in the bill. What is foreign interference? It means that one state interferes in the affairs of another state. It's as simple as that. Now, we should have accepted the points I raised earlier, but we were told that it's expensive, it's too complicated. Interference itself costs millions of dollars a year. But taking action means having courage. There was some courage in this case, but not enough. It would be to our advantage to take lessons from our predecessors, perhaps even Shakespeare quotes about courage. We need to name and define things. That is a clear and logical way to go about things. Now, a motion was adopted almost unanimously yesterday, the Bloc Québécois motion calling on the Hague Commission to also be able to study the contents of the recent NSICOP report. I was happy to see that faced with this significant problem, the House showed great courage. We're ready to take the bull by the horns. We are ready to face this head on and investigate this, get to the bottom of it. The House of Commons' near unanimous decision yesterday makes me very happy. But with C-70, though, there's a lack of ambition. It doesn't go far enough, and I'm worried that that will come to bite us in the end. Overclassification can cause problems. For example, we saw in the case of the Winnipeg National Laboratory that it is possible to unredact elements without it posing issues for national security. The Bloc will support C70. We will support it, but we will clap with one hand rather than with both. It's better than nothing in any case. Thank you very much. Questions and comments, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
And I thank my honourable colleague for his work on the committee and for his speech today on this important bill. He spoke about the independence of the commissioner and some of the additional areas that he feels the bill could go further. Would he not agree, or the opportunity with the 1 year or the reviews after the election, as well as the 5-year review of the CSIS Act now happening, that there are opportunities for Parliament to continue this work, to allow the Commissioner to be set up and come forward with recommendations to this House of areas that may need to be changed in the future, but that flexibility has been built into this legislation?
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for her question and for her work in committee. We had to start somewhere. There is room for improvement. It has already been approved because now there will be review 1 year post-election, so it will be reviewed in 2 years, more or less. And reviewing aspects of the bill will be positive. Now, I think that some elements should be integrated from the outset because they should be fundamental. But we've chosen to table some legislation rather than no legislation. But I think we could have gone further because we have identified solutions. But the solutions that we proposed in committee were basically shot down or deemed not in order. Questions and comments?
Lincoln Halton Hill.
Madame la Présidente,
Madam Speaker, in the NSICOP report, it says that the United Front Work Department's budget, that's the department responsible for looking into foreign interference, they spent a significant amount in 1 year, and 23% of their budget is countering foreign interference in countries like Canada. What does he feel about this huge budget in China? This huge budget in China dedicated to committing foreign interference in Canada. The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his very relevant question. His questions are always relevant. Now, it's always a matter of scale. Some amendments that we proposed, we were told that they were too expensive, yet China is spending $2.6 billion on foreign interference. So we need to be able to counter that. There is increasing chaos, and we're facing this chaos because the government is too slow to act. Questions and comments?
Langford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his intervention. Part of the NCCOP report's conclusions were that Canada is a low-risk, high-reward place to operate in, and so it's obvious that we need to meet this moment with these legislative safeguards. I wanted to ask him about the first part of the bill, the updates to the CSIS Act, because, of course, the National Security and Intelligence Review Agency came out with a pretty scathing review of how CSIS has handled its data sets, and we do important upgrades here to bring what is essentially an analog law up to speed in a digital era. Can he just talk about, some of the safeguards that we put into place in this legislation and the updates that we have put in place to make sure that CSIS is no longer violating the statute that it operates by?
The
Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his question and for his work. He is very open-minded in his work on this matter. In the past, the CSIS was working alone. They couldn't communicate with other parts of agencies, but it seemed to be its own master. CSIS was accountable only to itself. I think that CSIS should, when it's able to share information with other services and organizations, that will be helpful because the CSIS will not be overseeing themselves. They will be accountable to other agencies as well. So even just sharing data and information will contribute to improving the situation because previously things have been a bit too opaque, not transparent enough.
The Honourable Member Cowichan Malahat Langford.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to rise in the House today to join my colleagues and share a few remarks on Bill C-70, a bill I have become intimately familiar with over the last couple of weeks, given that I'm a member of the Standing Committee on public safety and national security. And of course, that committee was seized with this bill last week, where we had meetings over 4 days, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday of last week, with extended hours so that we could hear from witnesses because of a programming motion from the House. I think that programming motion and the fact that you have seen all parties in this place, usually a pretty partisan environment, but the fact that we have put those differences aside to come together, I think underscores how important this legislation is, and the realization from all political parties that this is a moment in time in Canadian history where we must meet the challenge united and with a clear purpose, because the threat is certainly there, Madam Speaker. To put it into context, last week, of course, the report from NCCOP, the National Security and Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians, landed with the force of a bomb and, of course, has been dominating the news cycle ever since. I won't talk about the allegations towards members of Parliament in that report. I think the other parts of the report that are especially pertinent to tonight's debate are the fact that NCCOP has found through their briefings with intelligence officials, our intelligence community feels that our foreign adversaries regard Canada as a low-risk, high-reward place to operate in which to pursue their strategic objectives. Now, there are a number of reasons for this. That same report was also quite scathing of the Liberal government's response to the dire circumstances surrounding foreign interference. Too little, too late. That aside, we are at this moment, and we do have Bill C-70 before us. It's important to understand that, this bill has some pretty consequential amendments to existing statutes while also setting up a standalone law. But it's important to remember that, when we're talking about foreign interference, it can be broadly separated into the interference or influence that we see publicly, coming not only from our adversaries but also our allies. But the malicious and very pernicious aspect of foreign interference is the parts that happen in a clandestine way, the parts that are deceptive, underhanded, and really where adversaries are trying to use all tools at their disposal to influence how our democracy functions, sometimes to cause chaos, sometimes to pursue strategic objectives. It really depends on the circumstances and the country involved. But what is clear, Madam Speaker, is that while we've had a slow response from the Liberal government, it's also very clear, though, that our outdated national security laws are not up to the challenge of meeting that threat as they are currently written. I've used the phrase a couple of times over the last few days, as well today, essentially that many of our laws were created in an analog era, and we need to bring them up to speed to meet the threat in what is a digital era. And that is what a big part of Bill C-70 does. So what is in Bill C-70? The bill is divided into 4 parts. Part 1 deals with amendments to the CSIS Act. Much of those are in response to a pretty scathing report from NCIRA, which showed that CSIS has regularly broken its own statutes' legislative guidelines in how it handles data sets. Again, when that law was crafted back in 1984, the most advanced piece of technology in people's offices was probably a fax machine. We are a far cry from those days, Madam Speaker. I think the other really consequential amendment to the CSIS Act is that it is now going to equip CSIS with the ability to share information with other interested parties, with parties that have a need to know of some of this information. Because under current laws, CSIS is very, very constrained on how it can share information. And again, if we are going to counter this threat with the seriousness that it deserves, we need to equip our agencies with the tools that allow them to share this information. I think the part 2 is also a very consequential update to the Security of Information Act. That is the part of the bill that is really targeting the deceptive, clandestine nature of foreign interference. And we all know that violations of any provision of the Security Information Act come with hefty penalties. And I think in this bill, they are also there because it underscores, again, how serious a nature these offenses are. So there are offenses now for any foreign principals who are using violence, intimidation, or threats to pursue strategic interests at the direction of or in association with a foreign principal. There are hefty penalties going after anyone who's trying to influence governmental or legislative processes. Those are all spelled out in the Security of Information Act. And again, this is the part of the bill that is designed to go after the foreign interference that is not publicly known about, that is not going to be affected by the registry, which comes later on in the bill. There are also important updates in Part 4 to the Canada Evidence Act, really trying to sort of streamline the process whereby evidence, which is often of a very sensitive nature, because again, you know, we've heard a lot over the last 2 weeks of the gulf that exists between intelligence and evidence, but when intelligence gets to a point where it can be used as evidence, we still need to handle it in a very secure way, in a way that does not expose where our sources are, because of course that's of a national interest to our country. But in Part 4, I think is probably the part that has gotten the most attention of this bill, setting up a registry so that we have more accountability and transparency. And this will be country agnostic. That's an important part to underline in this, is that even people who are working on the direction of or in association with friends and allies of Canada are still going to have to register if they are communicating with elected officials and if they're trying to influence some type of governmental process. And it involves elected officials at the federal level, provincial level, municipal level, but also with Indigenous governments and organizations. So that's an important part, I think. And I think the country agnostic feature of the bill is important because I think Canadians, they definitely have an interest in how our adversaries are behaving here on Canadian soil. We'd like to see those persons registered, but I think we might also have a very legitimate interest to see how our friends and allies are operating here on Canadian soil, because we would be deluding ourselves if we didn't think that our friends and allies in some way or another are trying to influence how Canada makes its decisions. That's been a part of statecraft ever since there were states. In the brief time that I have left, Madam Speaker, I do want to realize that there still are concerns out there from some members of the community. I've highlighted earlier the National Council of Canadian Muslims, who have concerns about some of the aspects of this bill which are not very well defined. In my opinion, you know, this bill does achieve a balancing act. And again, because of how dire the situation is with foreign interference, we need to meet this moment with a strong legislative response. And I think this is us in the House of Commons and later on in the Senate, the Parliament of Canada as a whole, giving notice to our adversaries that your activities are now on our radar. We are aware of what you've been doing in Canada for quite some time now, and we are going to meet that challenge with a challenge of our own. So this is really putting our cards on the table and showing people that we're serious about meeting this. I am happy that there was a pretty collaborative effort at committee in amendments. The Bloc did not get all of the amendments that it wanted passed, neither did the NDP. But that's the way democracy works at committee. But all in all, I think I'm quite happy with the product that has been reported back to the House. And I'm glad to see that the House has come together to see this bill passed through by the end of this sitting day, well, by tomorrow. And so I hope that the Senate will take this bill underway with the seriousness that it deserves. With that, Madam Speaker, I'd be happy to hear any questions from my colleagues. Thank you.
Questions and comments? You're the Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for his speech and his work at committee as well. He raised towards the end of his speech something I care deeply about as well, that I know he shares, in regards to finding that balance to ensure that while, as he said, we meet this moment, that we don't then through legislation not keep the right balance for protecting Canadians' rights. And I want to ask my honourable colleague, Madam Speaker, that in this we took great care and concern and asked our officials as well to ensure that this legislation will still have the oversight and protections to ensure that it is not misused, that is to deal with foreign interference and national security measures and not, regular, normal domestic politics.
Member for Cowichan-Malahat-Langford.
Yes, Madam Speaker, and I think a lot of my initial concerns with this bill, after having had the chance to speak with officials from Public Safety Canada, from CSIS, from the RCMP, a lot of my initial concerns were addressed. But again, I do have to admit that as a legislator, after passing this bill, I am going to put a lot of trust in the executive's hands. And I think we can be very glad that we do have oversight bodies like NSICOP, like NSIRA, like the Intelligence Commissioner, because those are very important feedback loops to keep these agencies within the confines of the law that they are operating on. But again, this is one small part I get to play in helping us as a country address foreign interference with the seriousness that it deserves.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for his speech. It was full of good sense. Earlier, I said there were some points that could have been more fleshed out. But even if we had a number of amendments that were rejected, there's no bitterness here. But I'd like to ask my colleague, they put forward a number of amendments. What would he have liked to see included? According to him, what would have been an added value to this bill? Thank you.
The honourable member for Cowichan-Malahat-Langford.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. There was one amendment in particular that was actually submitted by my colleague, the member for Vancouver East, who, of course, has been personally and negatively impacted by foreign interference. She wanted to see a sort of an enhanced tier added to the registry part of this bill. Still keeping it country agnostic, but having an additional tier where the government could place people who were of direct concern because of the activities that they were carrying out, which were really quite harmful to the interests of Canada. I think having that enhanced tier would have strengthened the bill. Unfortunately, we didn't get it passed, and I know my honourable colleague, the Bloc Québécois, had a number of great amendments. One that I particularly liked was to prevent public office holders giving them a 3-year window when they could not operate, but unfortunately that didn't pass. So hopefully the Senate may take up some of our ideas. We shall see, Madam Speaker, but I appreciate the question. Thank you.
We have time for a brief question. The honourable member Barrie Springwater Oro-Medonte.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you to my colleague for his words down there, and it was great to work together and get this thing done so quickly in our committee. Just one of the concerns I just wanted to bring up, or issue, to ask him what he thought. One of the things we did here in committee was that the implementation of this was going to take quite a while. I wonder if you had any thoughts on that, if it wasn't implemented next time before the next election, if you had any thoughts or any ideas about the timelines, because we did discuss that in committee. I just want to know his thoughts on that.
The honourable member for Cowichan-Malahat-Langford has just under a minute to respond.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. Parts 1, 2, and 3, their coming into force provisions are 60 days after this bill receives royal assent, which I think is a fairly reasonable timeline. I think what my colleague is alluding to, though, is Part 4, which the coming into force is really left up to a date by Governor and Council. And so if we do want to have a registry set up and operational, that I would submit is where time is of the essence. I think public safety, the officials weren't able to comment specifically on what kind of a time frame they would need, but I think they understand from the questioning they received from members of the Public Safety Committee is that we treat this registry with seriousness and we have high expectations of that. So again, I hope the other place, the Senate, understands this urgency and passes this bill so that it can land on the Governor General's desk in short order.
Resuming debate, the honourable member Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honour to rise in this place to speak to Bill C-70. It is a bill, and certainly to have a foreign influence registry is something that we have wanted to see, but we also recognize that there are concerns that overbroad application of such a registry could in itself inadvertently result in stigmatization of diaspora communities within Canada. This bill needs to be carefully administered, and much of what remains of what we're passing in an expedited fashion, a breathtakingly expedited fashion, I may add, is to be left to further regulations. That there are still a lot of questions as the bill moves forward. I have to say that having, of course, had the right, as any member of this place did, to have said no to unanimous consent, could have insisted that we have greater study. I have to say that I wish we'd had greater study, but the timing and the consensus, and I am always inspired when I see members across party lines work together, because we don't see it often enough. So I know the member for Vancouver East and the NDP working with the Conservative and very honourable member for Wellington Halton Hills. We're working together, as was the member for Cowichan Malahat Langford, also NDP. So I stand here today very pleased that we're going to see this bill passed into law. But I am increasingly unnerved by the numbers of groups who have approached, I'm sure all of us, but certainly as the member for Saanich Gulf Islands, I've received numerous concerns from the Canadian Civil Liberties Association, from the National Council of Muslims of Canada, from Democracy Watch, and their points are important. But we have, especially given the climate in which we found ourselves and the numerous delays in implementing changes to actually confront foreign interference, I think we have perhaps moved too quickly. And I'm going to say that for the record, that I feel concerned that a number of these concerns are quite valid. For instance, when you consider that at Section 20, Sub 3, that penalties for violating the Act, and we still have to deal with the fact that there's some vagueness in how we are describing these offenses, can amount to it as much as imprisonment for life. These are very serious consequences and have a potential to have a charter violation problem, as identified by some of the lawyers and legal organizations that have reviewed the bill and are saying, now, was it wise to so infringe on the time in committee? The honourable member for Cowichan Malahat Langford mentioned some amendments that the NDP would have liked and the Bloc didn't like, but that's how democracy works in committee. Well, as Greens, we were given a very short window, so small we weren't able to submit amendments in time to even have our amendments voted down in the expedited fashion in which we've studied this bill. So I want to put on the record that we'll continue to monitor it closely. It is an improvement, as mentioned, that from the first reading version that this bill would receive parliamentary review 5 years after passage. It'll now be much sooner. But I think we should collectively, having made the decision that it was very important given the degree of efforts at foreign interference in this country, which are well documented, the expedited passage of the bill is important because we're aware of the threat. And we're increasingly aware of the threat. I should pause to say we're increasingly aware of the threat because of some excellent work that's been done by colleagues from all parties in this place in the National Security and Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians. Their work is critical, and they have also been calling for measures such as those that are in Bill C-70. As we go forward, though, in the development of regulations, as the bill is further implemented, let's be mindful that this bill has received precious little study. I think it's important to say that we have had, I don't think I've ever seen a bill with so many substantial changes to critical areas of law pass so very quickly as this one. The concerns are also not just that the bill has potentially charter violating implications, as raised by the Canadian Civil Liberties Association, but I was taken by the commentary from Democracy Watch that we've left too many loopholes. If we want to deal with foreign interference, why have we still left it possible for such issues as a foreign agent using lobbyists as proxies and slipping under some of the scrutiny that would apply in other contexts? There are a number of points that Democracy Watch has made in relation to loopholes that should be closed. We're looking at certainly concerns about the way in which this will be rolled out. We do hope that it will receive royal assent, get through the Senate, but we have asked the Senate also to expedite this. So again, I'm left disquieted. As much as I support implementing a foreign influence registry, that we keep track of the activity of hostile governments, that we actually pay attention to the fact that we've gone perhaps recklessly quickly in bringing the bill forward and getting it all the way through to third reading and over to the Senate. That, I have to say, I am concerned about, even as I had the ability to object, and one member objecting ends unanimous consent. I didn't want to take that step, but I want to put on the record that we are going to have to be very careful from here and take every opportunity to ensure that we are not violating charter rights, that we are not creating additional hazards for members of diaspora communities that we had not considered before we moved so very quickly. Now, why are we concerned about foreign interference? Well, it's very clear that foreign interference has actually, as in the case of the honourable member for Wellington Halton Hills, resulted in actual threats and intimidation of family members, things to which any member in this place should not have to be concerned as a Canadian citizen, or for that matter, a foreigner visiting our shores. We are not the only country, obviously, that is now recognizing that foreign governments interfere in our domestic affairs. Recently, as of course, reading over the report of the National Security Information Committee of Parliamentarians and Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians, put me back in mind. It was so long ago, I'd almost forgotten that 1983, it was European money that interfered in the Conservative Party leadership race in 1983, with Karl-Heinz Schreiber delivering a lot of cash to the anti-Joe Clark forces to secure a nomination of a more palatable to the forces from Europe providing that money in nominating and electing Brian Mulroney as the leader of the Progressive Conservative Party. That was 40 years ago, and we still haven't closed that loophole, even with this law. We need to pay a lot of attention to how foreign governments interfere in our affairs. I take the point from the member from Cowichan Malahat Langford and wish to agree that it's one of the bill's strengths that it is agnostic as to whether this is a foreign government we like or a foreign government we don't. I think it's important to ensure that Canadian democracy for Canadians operates in the interests of Canadians. We will obviously have to be taking more steps going forward, but certainly certain countries rise up in our concerns based on CSIS concerns, based on our intelligence operations, and those countries we know, and they are named and understood to us as being interested in undermining Canadian democracy. But Canadian democracy is also undermined if we ignore our own values, the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, in making sure that we haven't gone too far with draconian measures in an effort to ensure we control foreign interference. I know this speech reflects my ambivalence, and for that I apologize. I know that I am very pleased that we will have of Foreign Influence Registry. I would like to ensure that it's effective, but it also doesn't accidentally trespass into areas that we will later regret. And as I have 2 seconds left, Madam Speaker, I'll thank my colleagues for the time to address these issues on C-70.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member Cowichan Malahat Langford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from Saanich Gulf Islands for her remarks tonight. Part one of this bill has pretty significant upgrades to the CSIS Act, particularly with how CSIS handles its data set regime. And of course, that's following a fairly scathing report from NCIRA, which showed that CSIS had regularly broken its legislative guidelines with respect to data sets. Madam Speaker, we're being asked as legislators to put a fair amount of trust into the executive branch and into our intelligence agencies, and I have no doubt that they do great work. But through you, Madam Speaker, is my honourable colleague satisfied that our existing accountability mechanisms, our oversight mechanisms, such as NCICOP, such as NCIRA, such as the Intelligence Commissioner, is that sufficient enough so that maybe we can avoid in a number of years from now not reading another NCIRA report about how CSIS has breached its statutory guidelines? Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you to the honourable colleague for Cowichan Malahat Langford. Whenever we have a CSIS report that makes accusations and they are earth-shattering, and we as parliamentarians assume that CSIS is right, I always remember that sometimes CSIS is wrong. And the accusations and the information provided to members of cabinet in that era that told members of cabinet in this country that Maher Arar was a bad actor and it was okay to let him have extraordinary rendition to be tortured in another country. CSIS is not always right, and we must ensure that we protect Canadians and those who are on our shores from the actions of such a dreadful episode as that, and I'm not sure that we haven't left ourselves open to that happening again.
Questions and comments? Your Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for her speech in this House and her insights on this bill. I wanted to speak to her about, or ask her about, the provisions now to have the CSIS Act regularly reviewed every 5 years. Given that this legislation is almost 41 years old, one of the things that I always found challenging was the fact that there hadn't been a significant review to not only keep pace with the changing threat nature of foreign interference, but security and privacy issues all around. I would look forward to her comments on the ability to now review this important legislation, given her comments.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
I thank the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, and I do think it's important to be able to have periodic reviews. But I will not forget that what we've done in the Harper era, we gave CSIS kinetic powers that they had not had before. I think that's a mistake, but we've left it that way. We have the RCMP was supposed to be the ones to act on intelligence, and intelligence gathering was the exclusive job of CSIS. We still have silos in this country, and we need to break them down between intelligence gathering, law enforcement, and also make sure that the executive branch doesn't have too much power over the way in which the intelligence and kinetic activities are orchestrated. More parliamentary involvement, and I certainly think the work of the National Security and Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians is a welcome step forward in this direction.
Questions and comments? We have time for a brief question. Pursuant to order made earlier today, all questions necessary to dispose of the third reading stage of Bill C-70, an act respecting countering foreign interference, are deemed put and a recorded division deemed requested and deferred until Thursday, June 13, 2024, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. Orders of the day, ordre du jour. We have the point of order, the Honourable Deputy Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I believe if you seek it, you'll find unanimous consent to see the clock at 5:54 to begin private members' business.
All those opposed to the Honourable Deputy House Leader moving the motion will please say nay. Agreed? The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. Adopté. Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Private members' business, resuming consideration of M109, instruction to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs, amendments to the standing orders, standing in the name of Mr. Reid.
Resuming debate, the Honourable for St. Albert Edmonton had 6 minutes left the last time that he was speaking on this. The Honourable for St. Albert Edmonton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to speak in support of a motion put forward by my learned colleague, the member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston. The motion instructs the Procedure and House Affairs Committee to undertake a study to consider a series of proposed amendments to the standing orders. The effect of these amendments, if adopted, would be to limit the ability of the government to amend the standing orders absent broad consensus. This is consistent with a long-standing convention that the standing orders ought not be amended absent a broad consensus amongst parties and members across this House. It is a convention that has literally been trashed by this Prime Minister. But then again, it is par for the course from a Prime Minister who over the past 9 years has demonstrated his complete and utter contempt for this institution. But then again, this is a Prime Minister that, after 9 years, has broken just about everything in Canada and has worked very, very hard to try to break this great institution of democracy, the House of Commons. It is a bit ironic because during the 2015 election, the Prime Minister was crisscrossing the country, disingenuously selling Canadians on his so-called sunny ways, in which he said he would set a new standard for respecting the institution of Parliament if he was entrusted with the responsibilities of being Prime Minister. Turns out that it was nothing more than phony election sloganeering. It didn't take the Prime Minister long to break his word. Within months of the Prime Minister securing a majority government, he found himself in a situation where he almost lost a confidence vote. The Prime Minister, no doubt, was embarrassed. He was angry. And his response was one of revenge, in which he attempted to abuse his majority in a power grab. He attempted to do so by way of a motion that would have made radical changes to the standing orders, the effect of which would be to literally remove just about every tool available to opposition parties to hold the government to account. Now, in the end, the Prime Minister did back down, but he only backed down in the lead up to the vote on the power grab motion, when the Prime Minister, in a fit of rage, elbowed a female member of Parliament, disgracing himself. But the Prime Minister wasn't done in his attempt to abuse his power, because less than a year later, in 2017, the Prime Minister again sought to make a series of changes to the standing orders, to do so unilaterally, the effect of which, again, would be to remove from opposition parties tools available to hold the government to account. Now, fortunately, Conservative members at the Procedure and House Affairs Committee fought back, standing up for parliamentary democracy and standing up against the Prime Minister's power grab. And after 2 months, the Prime Minister finally backed down. But he, again, wasn't done, because last year, the Prime Minister rammed through some of the most significant changes to the standing orders, and that is to make hybrid parliament permanent, despite the fact that there was nothing near a consensus amongst the parties. And we know why the Prime Minister did that. It's so that Liberal MPs can mail it in. I know that there are some members across the way that I would barely recognize because ever since hybrid parliament came about, they participate in parliament via Zoom from the comfort of their living room. They just don't show up for work. They just don't. It's a fact. And it is an example of how this Prime Minister has worked to hollow out this institution. And so, in the face of a Prime Minister who has demonstrated such utter contempt, who in unprecedented fashion has 3 times disrespected a long-standing convention and attempted to abuse his power and has abused his power, this motion couldn't be more timely to put a check on that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
The previous speaker, Mr. Speaker, clearly has a selective memory because he must be forgetting the time that he, along with the NDP and the Green Party, voted in favor of a motion to change the standing orders on an opposition day, nonetheless. And that was to change the standing orders to allot each of those parties one more supply day in the supply period. So it's very interesting when my colleague is selectively choosing what he decides to remember about trying to change the standing orders in this House. But I'm glad to say, Mr. Speaker, that like my colleague from Edmonton, we're going to vote in favor of this because this is actually a really good proposal. Must be something in the Kingston water that encourages those from the area to present very reasonable solutions in this House. And that's what we're seeing here today. And so I want to congratulate my colleague from my neighboring riding, the member from Lanark Frontenac Kingston, for introducing this motion. Because I think that it is really important that Proc look at this issue. There are things that are happening. We do need to make changes to our standing orders, like the member from St. Edmonton or from St. Albert Edmonton mentioned before me about hybrid parliament. He went on to say that people are skipping work. I would disagree with that. I would say that there are people aren't present for various reasons, including those that are on maternity leave, which I know has happened on both sides of the House, on all sides of the House. And this gives an opportunity, hybrid parliament specifically, for members of parliament to be reflective of the Canadian population. Not to be a man's sport as it was 50 years ago, to be more inclusive and to encourage more people to be members of parliament. And what we're seeing here with this motion, Mr. Speaker, is asking Proc, our Procedure and House Affairs Committee, to study this changes that can be made. I look forward to inviting experts in to Proc as I sit on the committee to hear some of the best practices on how we could move forward in a way that tries to take some of the partisanship out of the procedures. And I come from a place that I believe that the procedures that we set up in this House should have unanimous consent in order to change them. But the reality is that what we've seen over the years, or at least what I've witnessed, and clearly I have a bias because I'm witnessing, I'm going to be reflective more on what I see from across the aisle. But the reality is that I see delay tactics, and I see tactics that are used in order to change procedure and to allow things to occur. And so not allowing opposition parties to at will on a supply day when they're presenting an opposition motion, change the standing orders like the Conservatives did with the help of the NDP and the Green Party a number of years ago, I think better serves our democracy and better serves the functioning of this place. I hope that we can all be reflective on the fact that changes do need to occur. Changes when we're talking about inclusivity and trying to be more diverse as a parliament and looking for ways to encourage more people to get involved. So whether that is hybrid parliament that the previous speaker spoke out so negatively about, or whether that is different standing order changes that allow us to better reflect the times that we're in now, there does need to be a proper process in place to get us from where we are to there, hopefully removing a lot of the partisanship out of it. So I don't need to fill the full 10 minutes today on this, Mr. Speaker, believe it or not. I know people hear enough from me, so I will leave it at that, but just to say that I thank my colleague from the neighboring riding of Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston for bringing forward this. I think it's reasonable what he has proposed. I think that he has given good timelines to Proc in order to look into this. If we do get to vote on this and see it pass by next week, by my math, that puts us somewhere around February for changes to be reported back from Proc. And I think that we could do better to serve Canadians, and indeed the way that this House functions, by supporting this motion. So I'll certainly be voting in favor of it. Thank you.
Just so you know, the honourable member left 5 minutes on the table. Thank the honourable member. Continuing debate, the honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm also pleased to be rising in the House today to share a few remarks on M109 brought in by my colleague from Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston. And today, this motion is specifically looking at the standing orders of the House of Commons. Now, for any constituents back in Cowichan, Malahat, Langford who might be looking at this debate, whenever we're talking about the standing orders, I realize that to people outside of this place, it's a little bit of inside baseball. But the standing orders are extremely important, not only to the members who serve in this House, but also to our constituents, because they are essentially the bylaws by which we operate. They spell out the procedure and practice of this place and set up the rules for debate, how voting can occur, how motions can be presented, and so on and so forth. So they are extremely important because while many Canadians may not be intimately aware of them or familiar with them, they are very important to allow me as a member and all of my colleagues to do our jobs in this place. And those rules are important because in order to do our job properly, we need those rules, but it's important because I have to be able to effectively represent the constituents of my riding, as every member does. So, they are important, especially, I think, probably more so even for opposition members. When I was first elected to the House of Commons in 2015, my first 4 years in this place were in opposition to a majority government. And the incredible amount of power that a majority government wields, it's quite awesome to behold because, of course, they have the votes to win on every motion and on every bill. So as the opposition, when you're faced with a majority government, knowing that they have the votes necessary to prevail in every instance, the only thing that we have left are the rules of the House, the standing orders. Majority governments have to walk a fine line. They can't just barge their way through everything because the opposition can use the standing orders of the House to create a real logjam. For every action, there can be an equal and opposite reaction. And I do recall frequently during those first 4 years of my time in the House of Commons that when the Liberal majority government got a little bit behaving too much like a bully, there would be a reaction where we could tie up the House of Commons in procedural shenanigans. And really, that's sort of one of the options that an opposition can use to make its displeasure felt. I think one of the biggest instances of that would be back in 2017, which of course was the famous filibuster at the Procedure and House Affairs Committee, because at that time, of course, the government was trying to unilaterally change the standing orders, where we have tried to often change them based on a consensus model. But those changes that they were proposing at the time to the standing orders would have effectively neutered the opposition's powers to hold the government to account in this place. And so, of course, it was a non-starter for all of the opposition parties. And one of the ways that we protested against these proposed changes to the standing orders was to use the standing orders to launch our protest. And I remember for that time, the Procedure and House Affairs Committee went through a filibuster that lasted, I think, over 50 hours. There were frequent times in the House of Commons where the legislative agenda of the day was interrupted through dilatory motions and vote calls, and it was all in an effort to make the opposition's displeasure known to the government. And, you know, they did eventually back down. So they are quite important. So let's come to M109 then, and what is being proposed by the member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston. Essentially, you know, there are several changes that are being proposed in this motion, but it's really about improving the way the House can amend the standing orders by making it harder for the majority of the House to impose its will on the minority. And again, it's coming down to that model where a consensus is important. I am going to be proud to support this motion. I think this is a very legitimate and proper motion that's being proposed on the standing orders, the standing order changes. But we fundamentally believe that no one party should be doing this without consent of the opposition. So let's go through some of the details here, Mr. Speaker. One of the first parts is that the government can't use a provision that gives a minister the right to move a motion for which unanimous consent was denied. The government would not be able to use closure. Previous question could not be moved in order to prevent the tabling of amendments. The motion would also increase the amount of time in debate for concurrence of a committee report that contains changes to the standing order, and the motion would change how the House deals with private members' motions and opposition motions that propose amendments to the standing orders. So instead of the House voting on the motion, the vote would be on referral of the matter to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs, otherwise known as PROC, and it would then have 75 sitting days to report on the matter. So M109 itself is going to be referred to PROC to study these changes and report to the House on the matter within that time frame. So again, all in all, I think this is a very reasonable proposal, and for all of the reasons that I outlined, it is something that I am going to support. I again realize that for anyone listening to this debate, Mr. Speaker, this is very much inside baseball, but I can assure to people on the outside of the House of Commons, these kinds of changes are extremely important. They allow us to do our job, and I think this is an important injection of fairness to how we amend the future. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I'll conclude, and I appreciate having this opportunity to share some remarks.
Le débat continue avec l'honorable député.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Saint Jean. It's always a pleasure to follow the member for Frontenac, Kingston. I had the pleasure of hearing him present his motion, and the purpose of the motion, when you take a broader look at it, is that it wants to look at the practice that we've had for decades, which is to rely on consensus when it comes to the rules that govern us here. What were the customs? What were the traditions for decades? And I found it very interesting to hear him talk about it, and that many of these things were the result of multiple battles. And it goes back to the battles of the patriots to ensure that there would be checks and balances so that each and every member here would be able to play a meaningful role, and that this wouldn't be a place where the tyranny of the majority ruled. But unfortunately, the reason we have to debate this is because in the recent past, there were some serious departures from that all-important consensus. We saw that last year when significant amendments were made to the rules under time allocation, and I was surprised to hear in the debate on M109 the member for Winnipeg North boasting about the fact that the creation of the virtual parliament was such a big deal, that this hadn't been ever seen before, such a big change. And he was patting himself on the back over the fact that this was pushed through under a gag order, under time allocation. So the government changed the rules without consensus, and he was bragging about that. So that all the more reason for something like M109. And I'd like to correct the record on a few things that were said during the first hour of debate, including the fact that the member for Winnipeg North said that closure and time allocation motions were essential so that the government can get through its legislative agenda for government bills, whereas private members' bills are already programmed or scheduled in a certain way. There's a certain number of hours allotted. But this bill, the purpose of this bill is not to do away with time allocation and closure motions altogether. That's not the purpose of M109. The purpose of M109 is to see to it that changes to the standing orders cannot be made when the debate is limited in any way. And the members for Winnipeg North and Burnaby New Westminster talked about the fact that, well, you know, the Conservatives and the Bloc members, ultimately they're being a bit hypocritical here because they used remote voting in order to vote against a virtual parliament. So they're kind of getting things out of proportion when they say that, because if we had had the opportunity to debate those amendments to the procedure, perhaps we might have had a consensus that would have only dealt with applied votes and not necessarily virtual parliament as a whole.
We could be for applied votes without voting on an app without being against virtual parliament. It's not the same thing. We don't need translation for using vote by application, but if we have hybrid parliament, then we need more interpretation. We need more rooms, and we could have debated that, but we only had 11 hours of debate on that because of time allocation. Sorry, I ran upstairs a little bit to get here. So M109 seeks to correct that power that the government has, the power to act through tyranny as a majority, to change rules as critical as standing procedure, the rules that govern us. When the government uses time allocation or closure on bills, it's not the same. When there's time allocation on a bill, that can protect a part of the population, that can protect our communities. And usually it has to do with parties' values, when parties have a values clash. But when it comes to changing the rules of the House of Commons, those are the rules we play by. The member for Frontenac, Lanark Kingston, said, rightly, imagine a sport. Think of any sport, tennis, hockey, volleyball, badminton, regardless. Imagine right in the middle of the game if one party can just unilaterally change the rules of the sport. That wouldn't make sense. Not at all. That's what this motion seeks to address. The government should not be able to unilaterally change our procedural rules. That can lead to a vicious cycle where the government, under gag, changes the procedure to give itself more powers so that later it can change even more of our procedures. Then the opposition parties will lose more and more of the very necessary power that they need to have to hold the government to account. This motion, unfortunately, will not undo what's been done in the past. It won't undo the fact that the government used gag order to change the rules for virtual parliament, but this motion will protect us in the future. It will be a guarantee for the future, and that's positive about this motion. This motion gives us a clear way to proceed. We don't want a majority to be able to change the rules of the game. We don't want a vote in the House for any motion. The motion, in fact, just calls on referring issues to PROC so that PROC can deal with it among experts and then refer it back to the House. For all of these reasons, I'd like to thank the member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston. I know that he's very passionate about procedure. I know that he's also an ardent defensor of the rules of democracy that govern us. That said, I do look forward to seeing how members will vote. I can guarantee that members of the bloc, for many reasons, and because of what we experienced very recently, that we will be supporting the bill. I wonder how Conservative members will vote, because they may, in fact, tie their own hands in this, because they could form government in a near-ish future. So if they vote in support of this motion, they might be, in fact, blocking their own future government. So that will be interesting to see how they vote. But either way, the content of this motion reflects the democratic will that should govern us in this House. We should operate democratically, and that's why the Bloc Québécois will vote in favour of the motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
If I'm to recognize the honourable member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston, it'll be for his right of reply. The honourable member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to whoever it was who applauded over there, the member for Senator Skull Highlands. Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, in my opening remarks, I observed that the purpose of motion M109 is to ensure that no future government would be able to amend the standing orders without the consent of all recognized parties. The mechanism laid out in the motion and the proposed additions to the standing order that are contained in the motion is to ensure that a debate will continue as long as there is a meaningful body of individuals opposed to the whatever change to the standing orders is being proposed. This ensures that debate will simply continue ad infinitum unless a consensus is sought. This does not translate into meaning unanimous consent is required. In practice, it means that all party consent is required. So let me turn away from the rationale for doing this and towards a discussion of how I think the process ought to proceed. There is a role model for this. It is a change to the standing orders that I proposed back in 2015 for changing how the Speaker is elected. Formerly, the Speaker was elected through what's known as an exhaustive vote. You'd have multiple candidates. If no candidate secured a majority on a vote, you'd have a second vote. You kept on doing this until you eliminated all the candidates. I proposed changing this to a preferential ballot. But I didn't propose simply that the House vote on my motion. I said instead, why don't we send this off to Procedure and House Affairs Committee, where expert witnesses can be brought in to look at the preferential balloting system, which is used in a number of other jurisdictions, most notably in Britain in their elections of speakers, and both in the House of Lords and in the House of Commons. And that's what we did. So the same language is incorporated into the motion proposed here. I just want to read it to you. The motion reads as follows, ignoring all the substantive content, just the procedure part. Move that that it be an instruction to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs to undertake a study on the advisability of amending the standing orders as follows. The substantive part of the motion follows, of course. And then the last part of the motion says that the committee report its findings to the House no later than 75 sitting days following the adoption of the motion. Assuming that the motion is approved at some point the next time we vote on private members' business next week, it would be reasonable to assume that we would have this matter back before the House for a final vote on a report from the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs in February. Now let me tell you what that committee report would probably look like. Mr. Speaker, I'm now holding in my hands the Procedure and House Affairs Committee's report from the 41st Parliament, its 21st report, and I'll just read what is said here. I would anticipate something like this being said again. The report said, the election of the Speaker is a matter for all members to decide. The committee does not oppose or endorse motion M489 and feels the entire membership of the House of Commons should have the opportunity to vote on whether or not to change the standing orders in the manner suggested by motion M489. In order to accomplish this purpose of having a vote in the House, the committee recommends the standing order number 4 be amended as follows. There was in the substance of the motion, and that was respectfully submitted by the chair of the committee. I think the same process would allow us to act now as we did then. It took an issue which could have been treated in a partisan manner. Maybe this isn't a matter of concern because it sounds like all parties support this, but it allowed for it to be dealt with by means of essentially free votes of all the party caucuses in a matter that normally is not dealt with this way. And so there was actually a free vote in the House. Every single party in the House actually wound up dividing, some members for, some against, a majority was in favor. I think that was a really profitable way of handling changes to the standing orders. I do hope it happens again. And Mr. Speaker, I guess I'll get to say this again, but I do hope there will be a recorded vote on this as opposed to seeking some form of other consent to the motion when we deal with this. Thank you.
Enjoy talking about standing orders. It's awesome. The question is as follows. Mr. Reid, seconded by Mr. Cooper, moves that A, in the opinion of the House, 1, the ability to propose amendments in the standing orders is essential to adapt and improve parliamentary procedure and to the right of members. 2, it is crucial to maintain an open, transparent debate on proposed changes to the standing orders, free from undue procedural restrictions by the government or a subset of members. 3, all members of the House, not the government, nor a subset of members, should be the final authority on how long proposed changes to the standing orders should be considered. B, une instruction soit donnée au comité permanent de la procédure.
That instruction be given to the House Standing Procedure Committee that it be able to undertake study to change the standing orders as follows. 1, by adding after Standing Order 5611B the following new Standing Order 5611C. For greater certainty, this standing order does not apply to proceedings that propose amendments to the standing orders. 2, by adding after Standing Order 57, the following new Standing Order 57.2.
This standing order does not apply to proceedings that propose amendments to the standing orders. For greater certainty that the question cannot be put on a motion pursuant to Standing Order 57 or that apply to proceedings that propose amendments to the standing orders. 3, or III, by adding after Standing Order 61, the following new standing order, 61.3. This standing order does not apply to the proceedings that propose amendments to the standing orders. For greater certainty, this question cannot be put on a motion pursuant to Standing Order 61, and that would apply to proceedings that propose amendments to the standing orders. IV, by adding after Standing Order 66.2C, the following new section, 66.2D.
66.2D, notwithstanding any other standing order, a motion for the concurrence in a report from a standing or special committee wherein the report proposes amendments to the standing order shall 1, in the first instance be considered until no member wishes to speak, upon which the Speaker shall put all questions necessary to dispose of the motion without further debate or amendment, or until debate is adjourned or interrupted, or for 3 hours, whichever is earlier. May I dispense? Thank you. At this time, pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The Honourable Member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor to rise this evening in adjournment proceedings to pursue a question I initially asked the Prime Minister on February 28th of this year. I was speaking to the question of, although the topic of the rubric as announced earlier today was climate, I really was asking about a series of related issues in terms of how Canada is prepared to respond to extreme weather events such as extreme wildfires, the flooding, and the need to pursue quickly the clean electricity regulations promised by this government. Now, the Prime Minister's answer was certainly on point, but I'm grateful for a chance to pursue where it lacked being complete. Of course, it's no surprise that when reduced to less than a half a minute to respond to questions, none of the answers are particularly complete. But in talking about a net zero grid, to which the Prime Minister did commit again in this answer, everything the Prime Minister said in that answer are statements to which I agree. So this is not a confrontational raising of the issue in adjournment proceedings, but just the adequacy of what Canada is doing that I'd like to pursue tonight. Because as we increasingly see that one of the very best ways to respond to the climate crisis, to reduce our dependence on fossil fuels, is to shift to electrifying as much as possible wherever we can, and to ensure that our source of electricity is 100% green and renewable. In that, we skip over a problem quite often, and that problem is, perhaps I can just quote from the Prime Minister's response on February 28th, where he said, quote, "A net zero grid will serve as the basis for climate actions across the economy." That's true. The difficulty is that we haven't really grasped a pretty sticky, unpleasant, thorny nettle, which is that we don't really have a national grid in this country. We have a balkanized series of individual monopolistic utilities, province by province, and just as we haven't yet solved interprovincial trade, we sure haven't solved having an effective grid. A grid system, I would point out, such as in the European Union, where, believe it or not, 27 separate nation states with the ability to have national sovereignty at their borders that you would think would mean they couldn't possibly do as good a job as Canada. We're one country, 10 provinces, 3 territories, 1 federal government. We should be wonderfully well organized. But we're a shambles. We don't even think like a country compared to what the European Union has done, where they have a fully integrated grid. They were able, after Putin invaded Ukraine, to say, Ukraine deserves its energy sources to be secure, so we're going to plug Ukraine into the EU grid. We can't plug the Maritimes into Hydro-Quebec. We've never had provinces at war with each other. France and Germany were at war with each other and better collaborate now than Alberta and BC. Somehow or other, we're going to have to figure out interprovincial federal cooperation around an electricity grid that works north-south and east-west, and only then can we meet the Prime Minister's goal and the government's goal and Canadians' dream of an electricity grid that works.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Energy and Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member from Saanich-Golf-Island for the question and her years of advocacy on these issues. So let me be clear. Our government has no intention to delay or weaken the clean electricity regulations. On the contrary, these are the regulations of national significance. Yes, there's challenges with provinces across the country, but we understand the importance of getting it right so that they could pass the test of time moving forward. Canada will need more clean electricity to achieve a net zero economy. La population augmente.
The population is growing. More and more Canadians are driving electric vehicles and are using electric public transit. More and more property owners are installing electric heat pumps. Businesses are looking to decarbonize their warehouses, factories, and offices.
The grid will only be successful if provinces and utilities across the country can deliver significant emission reductions while continuing to provide Canadian industries businesses, households with reliable and affordable electricity. And for that, the regulations must be flexible. That's why we conducted extensive consultation following publication of the draft clean electricity regulations last summer. We reached out to provincial and territorial governments and to Indigenous representation. We engaged with the Canada Electricity Advisory Council, with the utilities, industry, environmental organizations, and all interested Canadians. Nous avons entendu les
We've heard the concerns and criticism from the electricity sector and from governments. We've also heard about the challenges on the ground and the flexibility that we will need to offer some provinces, because in some provinces, producing electricity is largely dependent on fossil fuels. We've brought about improvements to give more flexibility to provincial operators.
Table, Mr. Speaker, with more than $40 billion in federal support to help provinces and territories on their path to a cleaner grid. Right now, Environment and Climate Change Canada is analyzing the feedback we received on the proposed changes. Stakeholders had until March 15th this year to submit their comments. Continued collaboration is crucial. As for all regulations, we will continue to engage to understand any remaining concerns before publishing the final regulations before the end of the year. And I know the honourable member has provided some feedback and will continue to push our government to do more. We are working to make sure that the clean energy regulations make sense so that they deliver significant emission reductions, reliability, and affordability over the long term. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
I'm afraid that I have to express deep distress that the honourable member thinks that we are moving to clean electricity regulations. You can't have clean electricity when the federal government is allowing Ontario to bring more fossil fuels online to fuel an electricity grid that had been largely decarbonized by the previous Liberal government under Kathleen Wynne.
That's right.
It's a terrible shame when we want to move to clean electricity to allow more fossil fuels on the grid and to fail to move to ensure that the Atlantic Loop proceeds so that we can shut down coal in Nova Scotia, still its #1 source of electricity generation. The question really is to the government, are you serious about clean electricity and a functional north-south, east-west grid, or is it just a bumper sticker?
I just want to remind people, folks, to have their cell phones away from the microphones. I did hear a cell phone there. L'Honorable Secretary Parliamentary.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
The electricity system we are building across the country are very concrete. And they will be the backbone of Canada's net zero economy, allowing us to be more competitive. The United States recently released their finalized clean power rules on April 25th. Notre réseau électrique est déjà l'un des...
Our electricity grid is already one of the cleanest in the world. Around 84% of Canada's electricity is generated from non-emitting sources, such as hydroelectricity, nuclear, solar, and wind power. The regulations will help decarbonize the rest of our grid throughout Canada. This will be an important part of our overall contribution to reducing emissions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm back again tonight to continue calling on this government to fix the Canada Disability Benefit. To sum up where we're at now, this is critical because it's 40% of people living in poverty across the country are folks with disabilities. 40% up till this point. And this is the case because provincial and territorial programs are all below the poverty line. In the province of Ontario, for example, the Ontario Disability Support Program is a total of just over $1,300 a month. In Kitchener, for example, that doesn't get most people 1 month's rent on an apartment, and it's about $1,000 below the poverty line. Now, as a result of the advocacy from folks with disabilities across the country and the disability community, they advocated for this government to introduce a federal benefit that would supplement these inadequate provincial and territorial programs. It was promised by this government years ago. It was again in their 2021 election platform that they campaigned on. It was to be called the Canada Disability Benefit, and they put forward that this would lift at least hundreds of thousands of folks with disabilities out of poverty. Now, as a result of those commitments, we did see legislation get passed, and we saw the first version of a proposal for the Canada Disability Benefit in this year's budget. The issue is that what's being proposed is nothing that the disability community had been calling for. They're proposing it to be a maximum of $200 a month, about $6 a day. They're proposing for it to only be delivered to folks who have access to the disability tax credit, an incredibly burdensome credit to get access to. And they're proposing for it to start not till July of next year. It's about 3 months before the next fixed election date. Here's what folks in the disability community, I'll just share two briefly for time tonight. Here's Krista Carr from Inclusion Canada. She said, "Our disappointment cannot be overstated. This benefit was supposed to lift persons with disabilities out of poverty, not merely make them marginally less poor than they already are." Or I've read the words from Kate before in this house. Her words, "This budget announcement of a max of $100 more a month to a select few disabled people is the most Liberal Party thing I've ever seen." As a result, at committee, I asked the minister a series of questions, including how many people with disabilities would be lifted out of poverty and who in their consultations asked for this. Last week, we finally got some answers, and they were disappointing. The minister hasn't met with all of her provincial counterparts, including Ontario. Nothing is scheduled there. The benefit will not lift hundreds of thousands out of poverty. It'll be about 25,000, about 2% of folks with disabilities living in poverty. And for all their talk about nothing without us, only 3% of respondents to their online survey indicated support for the disability tax credit to be the sole eligibility criteria. So it's clear now that the Canada Disability Benefit that they're proposing didn't come from the disability community. And so my question to the Parliamentary Secretary is the same I asked months ago. If this proposal didn't come from the disability community, who is it that asked for what this government is proposing to be in the Canada Disability Benefit after 3 years of supposedly consulting with the disability community?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Official Languages.
Mr. Speaker, I first want to thank the member for Kitchener Centre for his continued advocacy on behalf of persons with disabilities. Nous sommes en voie de...
We are on track to deliver the first ever federal benefit for people with disabilities. Design and implementation work is underway. We need to get this additional support to those who need it most as quickly as possible.
The Canada Disability Benefit is a major milestone in a strong and unwavering commitment to create a more inclusive and fairer Canada. Budget 2024, we are committing to invest $6.1 billion over 6 years, beginning in 2024-2025, and $1.4 billion per year ongoing. And I want to repeat, Budget 2024 has $6.1 billion. This is the single largest line item in the budget of 2024, so it's really important. And I want to thank all of those who have been relentless in their advocacy and their championing the needs and priorities for people with disabilities. In the spirit of nothing without us, we will continue to listen and engage with the disability community in the next phase of delivering this historical benefit as we work towards the regulatory process. And rest assured, in July 2025, eligible Canadians will receive their first payment. They will help over 600,000 Canadians with the cost of groceries, transit, and equipment. La prestation canadienne pour les...
The Canada Disability Benefit has a clear objective: help to reduce poverty among working-age persons with a disability. We've already said it, and I will say it again. The benefit seeks to complement and not replace provincial and territorial measures that already exist to support income for persons with a disability. We must continue to work with the provinces
to make sure there's no clawbacks. We inspire for the benefit to grow over time in a responsible and meaningful way in collaboration with the provinces. And our goal that all persons with disabilities are better off because of this benefit. Mr. Speaker, as everyone can see, this process is a huge undertaking and we must ensure it's done right. We cannot cut corners and we need to let the consultation play out. Broad, meaningful, and barrier-free consultation with the disability community is important, not just because it is required in the new Canada Disability Benefit Act, but is also because it's fundamental that we believe in the way to go to make sure that we improve the lives of people with disabilities. The work is ongoing. It's working well. We are on track towards providing the first benefit payment in July 2025. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Parliamentary Secretary is a friend, and I know he is speaking from the heart, but I have to respond to say that if he and others in this government are calling this a major milestone, but the disability community isn't, the community that's meant to be supported by the benefit, we've got a problem here. And one of those problems is the consultation process he mentioned. That consultation's in there because it's an amendment that I got added to the bill almost 2 years ago now. The issue, though, is for all the talk of listening and consultation, and we hear you, the fact is that the disability community is trying to tell this government that the things that folks with disabilities have been calling for aren't in this benefit. And so what they're trying to get this government to understand is that they've got to do better. This talk about it might grow over time. What we need to see is a matter of urgency to recognize that this is a crisis, the number of people with disabilities living in poverty in my community and mine, and I hope he's going to step up and do more about it.
The Honourable Member for Nickel Belt.
Mr. Speaker, since 2015, we have cut the poverty rate in half in Canada. We have lifted more than 2 million Canadians out of poverty, including more than 650 children.
We are not slowing down. We are focusing on strengthening our social safety net to support the most vulnerable, including persons with disabilities. It is unacceptable that persons with disabilities are more likely to live below the poverty line than non-disabled people.
Ever federal benefit for persons with disability with extra financial security to over 600,000 Canadians, we need it the most. By 2028, the Canada Disability Benefit will lift, as the member mentioned, 25,000 working age persons with disability and 15,000 their family members out of poverty each year. This is the next step in the progression of disability rights in Canada, not a destination. Our government will continue to champion the needs and the priorities of people with disabilities as we build a fairer and more inclusive Canada for all. Thank you.
And the Honourable Member for Regina Cabell.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. A short while ago, I asked the Finance Minister a question during question period and was completely unsatisfied with the response. So here we are trying to get some details from this tax and spend Liberal government. We've now known for months, if not years, that Canadians are worse off with the carbon tax than with any rebate that the government claims that they would enjoy. We know this because we experience it. We all go out and fill up our cars. We pay our home heating bills. We see the prices in grocery stores of anything that has to be grown, shipped, refrigerated, heated. All of those extra costs get passed on to the consumer. This is what Conservatives warned the government about. Sorry, this is what Conservatives warned Canadians about in the last few cycles. We said that they would never be satisfied with the rate of the carbon tax, that they would increase it. The former Environment Minister, Catherine McKenna, accused Conservatives of making that up. And in fact, many of her friends and the Liberal friends in the mainstream media, the government-funded, taxpayer-subsidized mainstream media, carried that message for her. Then she was caught on tape saying that if you want to get people to believe what you're saying, you just have to keep saying it louder and over again. And even if it's not true, people will begin to believe you. That's the Liberal attitude towards voters. Just repeat the lie louder and louder and more often, and eventually people will believe what you're saying. But here's the fact. You can't argue with numbers. You can't argue with math. No matter how many times they say something here in this House or on television or out in the communities, it will never take away from the fact that every single time a Canadian family struggles to pay that grocery bill or gets hit by an even higher home heating bill or winces as they see the fuel pump tick over $100 for that fill, they know what the math shows, that they are worse off with the carbon tax. Now, the Parliamentary Budget Officer has confirmed that. See, that what the Parliamentary Budget Officer did is he looked at all the costs of the carbon tax, not just what we pay directly. Those are called the fiscal costs of the carbon tax. So when you see on your fuel bill after you fill up your car, you'll see that carbon tax, that's a fiscal cost. When you see your home heating bill contain that carbon tax, in many cases it's rising to 25, 30, even 40% of the total bill itself, meaning that it's almost as expensive as the fuel that we're using, whether it's natural gas or otherwise, to heat our homes. Those are fiscal costs, that direct line item that you see when you pay a bill. Those are called fiscal costs. The economic costs are a little bit difficult to see, but they still have a cost nonetheless. The economic costs are the cascading effect of all those price increases. The fact that the retailer who sells the food has to make up for the fact that they pay higher utility costs, the fact that the farmer who grows the food has to pay to get it shipped, has to pay to fertilize it, to combine it, to store it, to dry it, and to ship it. And all those businesses have less money to pay higher wages or to make investments and expansions. And when you factor those costs in, Canadians are far worse off. What the government is trying to say is only look at the fiscal costs. Only look at one side of the ledger. Here's the thing, Mr. Speaker. Canadians don't have a choice. They can't pick and choose as to which costs they're going to pay. They have to pay all of it. There is a report that the Government of Canada has possession of. They've produced the report. They've studied it. They've shown it to the Parliamentary Budget Officer, but they won't show Canadians. So my question last week is the same as it is tonight. Why doesn't the government just show Canadians what their own report shows about the total cost of the carbon tax?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Energy.
Mr. Speaker, my colleagues and I have met regularly with Canadians who are struggling to pay their bills and their families, and the member here from Regina Capel, never mentions the Canada rebate to give more monies to Canadians, never mentions about a lot of the misleading comments that he even made today. When we look at the bold actions that we've done in Budget 2024 to make life cost less, for example, $10 a child daycare, dental care for uninsured Canadians, and the first phase of the National Universal Pharmacare Program, which this member has voted and his party has voted against. Budget 2024 also advances the government to lower everyday costs for Canadians. We're doing a lot of these measures, Mr. Speaker. This includes also stabilizing prices for groceries, cracking down on junk fees to make prices fairer and lowering the cost of banking. We're also committed to launching a new national school food program and a new disability benefit program that this member and his party voted against. Soyons clairs, Mr.
Let's be clear, Mr. Speaker. All the money from the price on pollution under the federal system is returned to the province where it is collected. Let's be clear about that. As we've mentioned many times in this House, the households that need it most get back more money than they spend thanks to the Canada Carbon Rebate. This is a system that will benefit more than 8 out of 10 Canadians in provinces where the federal system is in force. Like Ontario, 8 out of 10 Canadians get back more money than they spend thanks to the Canadian Carbon Rebate. Low-income households, which the member never mentions, are those that benefit the most, so they can afford to buy the things they need. Also remember, Mr. Speaker,
said that the fuel charges contribute only a fraction of 1%. Member never mentions this. Misleading Canadians again. It's 0.15% towards the raise. That's what the budget officer said. He's even chirping today and tonight again. That's what the budget officer said. The Bank of Canada, 1.5%. So this is really insulting that the member opposite here continues to use carbon pricing as a way to scare Canadians who are struggling to pay their bills. Carbon pricing is not the cause of the hike of grocery prices. The Bank of Canada confirmed this already at multiple times. There are also exemptions to support our farmers. There's also emissions for agricultural support that are not subject to the carbon pricing. We provided exemptions for gasoline, diesel, fuel used by farmers in agricultural activities, and there are no price on emissions for livestock. Il est également remboursable partiel.
It's also partially refundable. So there are a number of things that the member never mentions. We listen to Canadians, and we made adjustments for those who need support the most.
Carbon pricing works. Listen to the experts. And also, Mr. Speaker, we've heard clearly from climate citizen groups, Fridays for Future students. We need to listen to the expert. Carbon pricing is a mechanism that reduces emission, and Canada is benefiting from it. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Just so many things wrong in what he said. I did mention the rebate. I pointed out that the vast majority of Canadians are worse off even with the rebate because they have to pay all the costs. He had nothing to say to that. He wants to get a gold star and a pat on the back because they haven't applied the carbon tax to even more things. Sorry, Mr. Speaker, we're not going to do that. The carbon tax is not helping the government achieve its emissions targets. Under this government, since they've implemented the carbon tax and hiked it year after year after year, Canada has fallen to 62 out of 67 countries. We're actually worse off today on that metric than before this Prime Minister took over. And there's an easy way to sell this, Mr. Speaker. You don't have to take my word for it. You don't have to take the honourable member's word for it. Why won't they just table their own secret report, lift the gag order on the PBO, and show Canadians the numbers so that they can make up their own mind? Why not just do that?
The honourable member for Nickel Belt.
Mr. Speaker, there is no gag order. There is no secret report. That doesn't, again, the misinformation from the member. And our emissions are as down as much as what it was in 2005. So our plan is working. We have to do more. C'est pourquoi le prix à pollution permet.
That's why pollution pricing alone can deliver a third of the emissions reductions we need in order to do our fair share and stop the worst effects of climate change, which the opposition party has no plan for. They just would let the earth burn.
Correctly, and it's the most efficient and affordable way to fight climate change and reduce our emissions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.
Thank you.